so we chop it, so we do it. This is when you come feel lock down the street, alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Lock down we a lock down the street, so we chop it, so we do it. This is when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. So we do it. This a rhythm a lot down the street. So we chop it. So we do it. This is when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it. So we do it. Land down we a lock down the street. So we chop it. So we do it. This is when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. Land down and we a lock down the street. So we chat it, so we do it. We say when you come, we lock down the street. All I'm full up, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full up, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full up, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full up, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full up, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full up, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full up, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full up, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune.
Well, that works. Let's try this again.
All right, let's try that again, folks. Hello. You should probably hear me good now. Welcome aboard, Flight Sim Broadcasting Network. My name is Jason, and let's do this over again. I love it. I should really look over to my levels and see if we're good, and I think we're solid now. We've got some. My phone's going off the hook. Oh, Chris, he's texting me. No sound. Sounds good now. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, let me do this over again. We are going to simulate the Rangers going from Salt Lake City all the way to New York, 3 hours and 46 minutes for the paperwork. Got some bumps out of here. It's going to be a little bit bumpy through the Rockies. We're going to try to go north and get out of it, but I don't think there's any getting out of this one. There's some weather over Chicago, just to the west of Chicago. There's a cold front coming through. But after that, climb should be good. We'll have good tailwinds today. So hopefully we get some good tailwinds and we can get going. And welcome aboard, everybody. Thanks, Chris, for letting me know what was going on. You never know. I should always look one way and all that good stuff. We got 5x5. That's good. All right, Sean, thank you. Sean, hello. How are you? Pops is in the house. And then that's it for checking in. If you're checking in, just say hi in the comments below. Let's jump in this aircraft. We're going to be doing we're going to be flying this airplane here. They took off today about 10:40 local. So this is the Salt Lake terminal. They did a pretty darn good job. This is PAC-SIM terminal. We're out of Bravo 20 today. I'm going to just kind of zip on down there into the airplane. The good news is that we don't have to do a cold and dark start. We got maintenance hooking us up. So we'll jump in the flight deck and we'll get this thing rolling. Maintenance turned it on for us. They had to tow it here, so that's what happened. It was kind of parked in our maintenance pad. All right, let's go and do the joke of the day. You ready for this? What did the mountain climber say to his son? Anybody know? What did the mountain climber say to his son? I won't leave you hanging. He didn't say that. He said Cliff. It's pretty funny. There you go. There's the dad joke of the day. You guys like that? All right, let's get. Speaking of Cliff, I'm going to get Cliff going right now. Let's get started. Let's get started. All right, Cliff is not working. We have to get Cliff. He's working, but he's working on the other. I got to get his microphone working on our side over here. Hang on just a minute. We're going to go to that one, and we're going to go to that one.
Audio test complete. Audio test complete.
Okay, hearing in my headphones, so you should hear in your headphones now, or wherever you're watching. Good to go. Sounds good. Hey, William, what's going on, buddy? He says, good morning, Jason. Thailand in the house. Yes, Thailand. That's awesome. Hopefully you're doing well. Enjoying the sun out there and all that good stuff. All right, good. Cliff is going. We're going to get going right away, guys. It's, like I said, about 3 hours and 40 minutes, depending on our paperwork. We got 2 lights there, 2 lights there, and 6 lights on top. That's good. We're going to cancel that for us. We're going to cancel that. That was nice of them to do that for us, wasn't it? Maintenance was, this is a maintenance facility actually that we have here. They don't see the MD-80, so they're not certified to do anything with it, but only on the 737 out here. But hey, we've got a MEL today. We're going to talk about that. We've got the flight director in op on our side. It doesn't work. So we already wrote it up. We let the folks know in... Okay, I did that already right there. Tested okay. Look at that. So it looks like maintenance came out and did something. I mean, it was written up like a deferred defect. So it said they tested okay. So we'll check it out today. That's what I've got on my paperwork on the MEL. I wrote down an MEL when we pulled in. It said flight director and ops. So we'll take a look at that. And we're going to get going. Let's do weight and balance. The first thing we need to do is kind of import our stuff here. And I'll show you what we've got. You know, we're taking a full load of cargo out today. So we're going to go 10.3 on the cargo. Aft cargo is right around 2940. That's going to be for the bags. So you got the bags and this topping off the wings. And then we're putting about 17.5. They're shorting us again in the center here. I'm going to go 17.6 just to tell them, hey, don't short me fuel there, bud. A little bit forward on the CG today. I like to be a little bit aft. Normally this airplane is way aft in terms of their CG. It's way, because all the weight's in the back of the airplane, right? Trim is 12.4. That's on there. And we are good to go. Everything else is set, so let's get the show on the road. I'm going to go ahead and call for our services. We'll get GSX started, and we're going to do request the catering first. We'll get the catering. Air Air Worldwide. I'll request that service and we'll be good to go. Once we get that in, they're going to work theirs. Let's work ours. We have Denver Center, Salt Lake Center is online right now. 125, 575. So let's go ahead and do that now. 125, 575. And I booked it. I mean, it might be a little late because I was about an hour late. I'm definitely sorry about that. I was going to go a little bit early today, but I didn't get home till pretty late. So 125.575. Let's listen in. 125.575. Let's give him a call. Let me make sure it works. That's the other thing I got to make sure is like when I change, that looks good, that looks good, that works. Okay. Salt Lake Center, Riptide 5800 at the gate here, Salt Lake, looking for clearance over to New York.
What was the last aircraft? Just the call sign only. Was that Shoreline 5800?
Yeah, we go by Riptide.
Riptide 5800, Salt Lake Center. I don't see a flight plan on file. Just go ahead and refile for me.
Roger. All right, we'll get to that right away. So I filed a little too early, apparently. I did file it, but I guess it filed too early, so that's a bummer. No big thing. What we're going to do is go to our dispatch
Hi,
system.
Captain. How are you feeling today?
And, I'm doing great. Let's do view the flight plan, and then we're going to go pre-file on the network. We'll pull the VATSIM network up. We're going to go ahead and file it on there. Gotta love it. And then I want to actually, I have to do, like I have a saved thing. So when I file on VATSIM, guys, I have like a, you know, in the comment section, it tells like our call sign, all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and get this thing pulled up. Coastal Airways, we're going to do releases, if I can find that dang thing. There we go, releases. You know what? I was going to watch the game yesterday, and guess what? Isn't it so awesome that they do blackouts? Like, I don't understand. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
1386 runway 12,
It's not a really good marketing thing. I mean, if you want to build a fan base, you want fans to watch the game.
Delta 787.
Do a blackout. So
Seattle
stupid.
135.45.
I mean, obviously they do it to make money so you can go to the game. But why would anybody want to go to the game if they're not fans yet, right? So they got to kind of watch the games first. Anyway, whatever. That's just me. All right, we're filed now, folks. Let's see. Off the blocks. I'm going to go 0230 or 03, whatever. So we're going to go 0300. I'll refile it again. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and reset everything. Okay, that's done, that's done, that's done, and that's done. Let's go ahead and click disconnect, reconnect. All right, there we go. And connected into the server now. All right. I'm trying to get that clearance. Hopefully you get a PDC over. Oh, you were blacked out too, Pops? Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, Riptide 5800. I got your plan. Should have received the PDC just about now.
Yep, got a PDC, thanks. All right, so we got PDCs in, and we're looking at, right now, I'll show you guys our call sign right here, 5800, equipment's an MD-83. We're departing Salt Lake City, destination HPN, which is Westchester. Route is going to be Salt Lake Rugged 3 OCS, and when I'm doing this, I'm looking on my my documentation as well. I've got my release right handy here, and we're just looking at, look like OCS check 107 DDY, correct, to one weird KD78Y, KP78C, we've got all that there. TU, KP8, that's correct, money is correct. Then we got Q935, hockey, JWH, JHW, SFK, Breezy, HPN, we're in. Altitude 330, squawk 4050, clear the Rugged 3 departure. Transition maintain 230 knots until advised. Maintain 9,000. Departure frequency is this one. Expect 34 left. That's what we're going to expect. So I'm going to write that down. 34 left in there. And we're looking at maintain 9,000 feet. So 9K it is. And we're looking at, what was our squawk code here? 4050 for the squawk, you guys. All right. We got a good PDC. So let's go ahead and start dealing with the FMC right now. It's an MD-83. AirRack is updated December 26th to January 23rd. JT8D 219 engines on board. We got the operation program. That is the the normal one. We're going to go position initialization. Let's go and click
1386 winds 190 at 5,
Salt
runway 12 clear for
Lake
takeoff.
City, right there. SLC, put on the ref. Ref is in. We're going to go ahead and throw this position on. Drop it in there. Go to route page. We're going to do a company pull. HPN here. HPN. HPN. I have well, that's not right. I have a question for you, everybody. In the comments, I want you to tell me who likes this? Who likes the traditional airline cap? I want you to say yes or no. I want to see how many people like the cap or don't like the cap. Runway is 3-4 left today. 3-4 left coming in on the runway right there. Okay, we're good. Let's go ahead and click arrivals, departures. We're doing the rugged 3, they said. So we're going to go rugged 3. The OCS transition. We'll drop that in there. We're going to go 3-4 left today. That is correct. And then the arrivals page. We're going to drop that in there. There is no arrival, but we'll probably hook up to the Valerie 5. If nobody's on, we'll just vector ourselves to the final. So I'm good with that. Click route. I'm good. We'll activate it. And you should put in the comments, Chris. That's awesome. Ja, what's going on, buddy? Thank you, bud. Appreciate the support, my friend. He's a member. That's awesome. Hello, all. Mr. Ed. Departing Jax in the Phoenix A319. But my flight plan deleted, so I rage quit. Yeah, I get that. Yes, send me one. I'll pay. Yeah, I want to know in the comments.
That's a 1386 radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 390.
Are we good to start boarding?
Hilarious. Not yet. I've got to get fuel on the aircraft, so stand by on that. Let me call for the fuel truck. Fuel next, and then from there, we're going to go ahead and request our refueling. Good deal. We've got 35,900 pounds of fuel coming in, so we got to call the fuel truck. We'll do a walk around here today too, hopefully. It's a beautiful day here in Salt Lake City. It's about 25 degrees. We're expecting snow this evening, so we might get snow on the way out. We'll see. Fuel, we're going to block in at 35.9. Chris said the chicks dig it, by the way. I love it. 35. Made me chuckle. 35.9. It's very polarizing. There's you either love it or you hate it. Zero fuel weight. Let's see here. Zero fuel weight. 109.3. This is our normal. I'm glad we're carrying all the cargo today, guys, because that's going to be good for us. 09.3. And Sean he's like a mastermind at doing stuff. So like on the back end, like we have to like organize all these flights, like all of the charter flights. We have to organize. He has to organize airports, who's doing the catering, all that stuff, times that we leave, where do we go, and he's built a whole entire system on the back end. It's pretty cool. And so I'm excited to see how this thing's going to work when it's done. Reserve fuel, it's going to be, I think, a 5.7. We'll do about 6,000 on this. 35 on the cost index. Cruise altitude 330. By the way, I already checked our cruise altitude with our weights before I left, and we're good. So we're good at 33. We can't go any higher than that. We'll burn down, and then we'll climb again. So that's what we kind of got. The winds right now, 289 at 73. Where was that? Where was it 130-something knots? Remember when we came out here, out west last week? Oh, those winds were brutal. I want those winds coming home because that's going to push us. We're going to be in the jet stream. Basically, the jet stream's about 32,000, so we're going to be right in that range. But it's not very strong right now. Kind of a weak jet. So, what the heck we're doing? ISA temperature deviation is going to be a +2 on the deviation. So in this aircraft, you can just go +2. You can just drop it. Oops, shoot, I shouldn't have done that. You can go +2 here. A couple of places you can do it. You can do it right there. By the way, you guys, I watched Jaws. I had to because I built the Lego Jaws. They had a Lego Jaws set this year. And I get a Lego set. My wife buys me a Lego set every year. So I bought this thing. And I had to watch the movie again. And I laughed. I couldn't stop laughing at the movie. It's things that you don't catch the first like 10, 15,000 times you watch it. And then I rewatched it and I was like, this is a pretty freaking funny movie. Like, it's funny. All right, I'm going to hold that for now, and then we're going to go ahead and get our fuels coming in the aircraft right now. You can see them pumping through. Where's the fueler? There they are. Texaco guy.
1113 Salt Lake Center. You're cleared to the Seattle airport via the Seagull 1 departure. Twin Falls.
Does anybody have GMRS
maintain
radio?
9,000 and 230 knots until advised. Departure is with me, squawk 2504.
Did you find 330 with SimBrief or another application? Well, first SimBrief gave me 330, and then what I did was
Seattle with
stand by, you guys. Let's just get rid of that. What I did was I backed it up with my charts just to make sure our charts were good, and we got all that done. Okay, we're getting the fuel in. That's all done. I need to get the aircraft programmed in terms of performance. Let's go ahead and get that done. Airport out of here, Salt Lake City, SLC. It is dry. The winds right now, 330 at 14. I put a 2. I'm at 3. 330/14. Chris, hopefully that shoulder's looking good for you, man. Feeling better every day. Temperatures +2. Runway's going to be 3-4 left. Flaps are optimum. Let's leave it at flap 11. It's going to be flap 11 out of here today. It's kind of the standard for this aircraft. And then we're doing 3003. You know what, guys? I saw integrated, what is it? Immersive sound is coming out with an MD-80. I cannot wait to get that. That is going to be really cool. Anti-ice is off. Packs are on. Takeoff weight's going to come in at... let's see, 144.4 is the planned. 144.4. We'll drop that in there. Let's go ahead and see what we got. So flap 11, it says normal takeoff. I don't know, we'll see. 142, 45, 54, 142, 145, 154. And no cell temp. They don't want us to do any cells today, so no. Let's check the SimBrief one. I'll check the OPC, onboard performance computer. Let's see what we got here, if we can squeak any more performance out of the airplane. We're going to try it. 3-4 left, flap settings, let's leave it at optimum. See what it gives us. Full flex, auto, bleeds are auto, anti-ice is off, winds are there. Calculate, see what we got. It's saying flap 11. Thrust settings full, no assumed. So 141, 145, 152. So dead on close with a margin of 5,000 feet. Jeez. And the reason why they're doing that, folks, is because we're pretty darn high. So the takeoff roll is going to be a little longer than usual. That's why we're able to, it's so nice is we're able to grab all that cargo is because we have a long runway here. So with that long runway, we're going to be able to throw it in flight mode. We're able to take all that, the fuel and as well as the cargo. So we're not going to get hit. Like coming out here, we couldn't do that because we were weight restricted off of the runway coming out of Westchester. That's another reason why the 757 is going to be really nice coming out, because performance for days on that aircraft. So that's what I'm looking forward to. All right, so let's go to the SID. I'll just give you the Rugged 3. We'll do a walk around the aircraft, and we'll be done. Here's the Rugged 3. So basically, we're going to take off to the south. We're going to climb to 9,000 feet. Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing 3-4 left. So remember we had this issue with the stupid, with the dumb A321. The thing would not climb. It climbed like a wet slug coming out of here. So we're going to have to see if we could. We'll have to check the performance of this aircraft. Okay, we might be slow coming out. So if we are, the alternate route is going to be, we're going to go straight through, and then we'll have to climb through 11,000 feet before we make that turn over these mountains. So we'll be really careful on the climb. Okay, we have to hit Bubby at 11,000, but there's a pretty short distance from here to there. So we'll see if we can ride that thing up as high as fast as we can. We'll see. I have faith in the MD-80. I think she'll do it, but it's pretty heavy. Anyway, that's where we're going here. Let's talk about the taxi. Well, that's where we are. So we are over here, some Bravo 20 area, like right here. We'll get a push. We're going to go 3-4 left today. So we get a push, start both engines. We'll go down here, probably give us Bravo. We'll take Bravo out of here. We don't need to de-ice because the airplane's been sitting in the sun, so there's no frost on the wings or anything like that. And that's it. That's our brief. Let's go outside, and I'm going to start boarding the passengers and walk the aircraft as we're still putting fuel on the airplane. So while it's doing that, let's do a walk around. You guys ready? Let's walk around the airplane, get you outside, and we're going to start boarding here once they're done with the fuel. See, GSX for some reason won't board. Will they? I don't think. Will they? All right, now you got me. I'd rather try to board now and then wait. So let's go ahead and try again them on the aircraft here. Let's see. Let's go GSX, and I'm going to click request boarding. All right, now I'm going to go out and let's do the walk. All right, let's see if I can speed him up a little bit. He's nice and slow for me. I don't know why my ladder's out. Shouldn't be out. Jeffrey, what's going on, buddy? All right. Jeff, did you apply? Was that you that applied to Coastal? I saw an application come through for an MD-80. All right, we got a strake. The alpha vane's looking good. We got 3 pitot tubes, 1, 2, 3 on top. And you guys, I got to tell you, behind the scenes, I'm working my butt off. We got tap probe there. Strake is good. You know that strake is heated. Very interesting. That is good. The other alpha vane. And the tire's looking good with the splash indicator, the splash guard. That looks good too. We're looking at a drain mast right there. That little thing sticking up the aircraft. It looks like we've got good on the antenna. This right down here that you see is the static port. I just want to make sure that's not covered with anything. That looks good. They'll pop those doors open. And that's for the brake cooling, which is a very interesting port here. There's our fuel truck getting gas. We're probably getting a few thousand pounds of, a few thousand gallons of fuel. We got to pay for all of it. It's actually cheaper here. They wanted us to tanker fuel out of here, which is interesting. They wanted us to tanker out of here, which we're not. We're going to end up landing like with 11,000 pounds of fuel anyway. These flat fairings are looking good, and you come down here, you check the condition of the tire. Again, splash guard, the brakes, you look at all that, make sure there's no hydraulic fluid on the ground. You can peek your head into here if you'd like. Not much to see in there. I mean, it's just because that gear door is covering it. This is important. This is the cell. You see those engines that are spinning pretty fast. That's the wind doing it. The wind is going into those fan blades through the stator. Matter of fact, you would hear a click-clank, 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 click-clank. It would just sound like that as those fan blades turned. Good old engine. And looking all at all of our... you see that little pitot tube on top of the aircraft right there? You guys see that right by the shark? There's a little thing sticking out of it. There's a diaphragm in there. It's attached to a spring, and as the airplane accelerates, it's mechanical, and it's called the rudder limiter throw. So as air gets forced into that tube, there's a spring, and that spring pushes back. It's a diaphragm that pushes back on those springs, and as more airflow goes in, it keeps pushing that spring, which then clamps that rudder down, so you don't get full throw. And anything under 144 knots, that spring then, comes back, and then you get full rudder control. And the reason why they do that is, as the faster you go with this aircraft, right, you don't want all that airflow over that rudder. Bad things can happen. Okay. In walks in American 427. It's the same kind of thing. They got into a PIO, which is a pilot-induced oscillation on an A300. Ripped the dang tail section right off the airplane. This whole vertical stabilizer just ripped off the aircraft because they were dancing on the rudders. And so it's a big, big no-no in a commercial aircraft. Get off the dang rudder. Matter of fact, we teach it here at Coastal, where, our new pilots go through training, And we put them in a 737 and really basically say, all right, we're going to roll the aircraft just using the ailerons with, at 250. I want you to see how effective it is at 250 knots. Of course, in the 737, once you hit 190 knots, you're in a crossover situation, which means that the rudder is more effective than the ailerons at that point. So, but at 250 knots, you've got good authority over the ailerons. So we actually teach how effective that rudder or the aileron control is at higher speeds. Anyway, the only time you really want to get on a rudder in a commercial aircraft is if you're in a crosswind situation and you're landing. So that's kind of when you'd want to, just use a little bit of rudder to straighten the aircraft down on a flare. But that's pretty much it. And then obviously down the runway. But this is the sucky part about doing a walk around. Now we got to go ahead and say hi to everybody. I'm just kidding. These are not they're our passengers, but they're the team. So let's see. Hello. There's somebody. How's it going? I'll get out of your face. There we go. That's good fun. Oh, I'm in the baggage hold. Hang on. All right, there we go. Shelton, what's going on, buddy? He says, good evening, Captain. Hope the week was great. Why did the bicycle call his dad Pops? Popsicle. You forgot what I said. I said, what did I say, Cliff? I said, what did the climber call his son? Cliff. That's pretty funny. Why is that thing heated? John, it's heated because that is a very, believe it or not, this airplane, this MD-80 is very unstable. Very unstable. The aircraft is just unstable. A lot of like, look at the aircraft. There's a lot of little fins sticking out on the sides and the engine, and it's because of stability. They need lateral stability, so they heated those things, those strakes, to keep it like an arrow, right? Like, think like an arrow with those little feathers. The same kind of thing. It keeps it stable. So yeah, it's just some useless information for everybody, but nevertheless, you learn something, right? All right, let's go ahead and reprogram. Let's get this thing programmed again. All we got to do is enter in our numbers now. 142. The fun part's over. 142, 145. We're going to go 154, and we'll drop that in there. Everything else looks good. We are going to go do our menu. Nope, I forgot. We're going to go to takeoff. We're going to go to legs page, route data. Let's go ahead and add some route data now. I mean, if you guys remember coming out here, it was a little wonky, right? We had a couple fuel issues that were going on that were hitting us, alerting us, and things like that. So let's try to see if we can nip that in the bud earlier. Of course, we're going with the wind, so we're going to be okay here. 9250, obviously in the airlines, paperwork is the name of the game, so we're writing basically our fuel ticket down. And we've got 36,000 pounds of fuel on, which is good. Thanks, Fueler. They gave us 100 pounds more, which we're fine to take. And good enough for me. What I've done for everybody is before I came out and I compiled my flight plan, my release here, I wrote down what we need to change in terms of in our legs page here. So the good news, I got all that worked out. So that's good, right? I was kind of trying to be a little proactive today. You guys should be proud of me. But that doesn't always happen. Usually I don't have the time to sit down and pre-look at everything. I try to as best I can, but today I was able to. All right, we're going to do the first change is we're going to go to this KP, this one, KP78 Charlie, and we're going to make a change on that right there. KP78 Charlie, we're going to do 261 at 73. 261/73, and this is in my paperwork. And then we're going to go, nope, you stupid idiot, 261/73, and that's why you want to always double check. What in the blazes? Okay, here, 261/73. There we are. That's better. Okay, and then we're going to go to KP81G, and we're going to put in 251 at 86. All right, that's going to be this one here right there. good. And then we've got hockey. And we're going to put 247 at 69. Right there. Last one, SFK. And then we're going to do 264. Shoot. 264 slash. Did I put a G in there? Yeah, it's a G. All right, 264 slash 66. And this is our numbers. Execute it. That's done. We're going to put a fork in that. All right, folks. And then the fuel on board is 36,000. So I'm just going to put that on there. And my flight plan, by the way, if you're wondering where the heck I'm writing all this down, it's my flight plan. So there we go. Cool. All right, folks, we've got 3-4 left planned, 142, 145, 154. We'll get Cliff going. We're still boarding people, and let's go ahead and work out this 154. We're going to climb up to 9,000, they said, correct? 154 right there, up to 9,000. By the way, if you're new to the channel, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. It just helps us. 9,000 is set as well. We're going to be full power today, so you guys are going to get a full power takeoff. Pretty fun. All right, let's make sure Cliff did his thing. We're doing normal, normal, normal. Coming down here, all three of these are good. External power is looking good. We'll go APU. That's going to come online here shortly. Galley power's on. These are on. APU bus is off. Those are opened. Auto and opened. Start pumps off. Fuel heat's off. EMER lights are armed. Seatbelt signs coming on. Right side's open. Anti-ice is good. Coming up, these pumps are off right now. We won't touch these pumps for a bit. Let's get the APU started right now. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. Let it go. 3 seconds. We should start seeing some movement here as the APU goes through its cycle. We're going to go normal, normal, normal. Coming down here, ACARS is good. Anti-ice was checked already. They've done all those checks. All right, we're going to land 400 feet. So it's about 43 or so. 430 feet or so.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board today. As you locate your assigned seats, please place your smaller items under the seat in front of you to provide more room for larger items in our overhead compartments. If you need assistance,
this is going to take forever.
contact the flight attendant. If you are unable to accommodate any item in the cabin, please bring it to the boarding
This
door.
is the thing that I hated the most. Dialing the stupid barrow on a 737 out of Denver. It took forever. You sat there and just started. It took you half the cruise just to dial in 5,500 feet. Oh, it was so annoying. You guys, this should be much better. Like, what is going on? No. Sorry, this is going to take forever, you guys. Good news, we don't come up here often. Gosh. There is a setting where you can speed this up. Well, guess what? Oh man, this is brutal. This is brutal. All right, there we go. 1,100. There's 1,000. We're halfway there. I gotta think of that. Think like that. We're halfway there. 900, 800, 700. Well, it wasn't that hard getting it there, was it? Man, 500. Come on, you little punk. All right, there we go. Whew. All right, the landing. Right now, the pressure in New York is going to change. We're going to throw it here, 3006. 3006 right there. That's good. That's checked. Cockpit floods off. Those are off. Logo lights are off. That's good. We're on fan. We should be on auto. Ram air's off. We've already checked this and checked that. Good to go, folks. Overhead's done. Now coming over here, let's check the aux for us. That looks good. We don't have any fuel in the auxiliary tanks today. Oh, that's interesting. Well, obviously the center tank is pretty good. It's only 17.5. It takes like 20-something, 26,000. All right, so let's do this. Trim 12.4. So you always want to dial a flap first. So you're going to go 12.4 here. Flap, we're going to do 11. So our standard flap setting here for this aircraft. Let's go ahead and check our, this is our suitcase handle. This is a long trim. Okay, so you have 3 trims. You have an automatic trim on the yoke. You have your suitcase handle down here. And then you have your alternate trim, which I'm going to do right now. All right. Locked. We'll go ahead and drive that open. That's set to 11. That's good. And then we're looking at 4050. 4. That's not 4. 4050. And we've already tested that. Okay, folks, this is on takeoff, armed, zeroed. We are done. Let's run the checklist. And let's get the show on the road, folks. Towards Southwest headquarters yesterday and sat in a 737-800 sim. Yes, it's awesome, isn't it? Incredible. Yep. It's really cool. Shelton, I got that. Steve, what boarding time do you use for GSX? Timing. I don't know. Yeah, Southwest headquarters is it's pretty impressive. I've been there. Job interview once. All right, that's good. Let's go into, we got altitudes done. Okay, folks, we're ready to go here. The gate, we'll get the gate closed, and looks like, nice, they pulled that in for us. All right, let's get Cliff running. You guys ready? It's ready to rock and roll here. Get Cliff Rooney up. Let's get him to work. And before I do that, I want to make sure I get the dang APU on the bus. There we go. All right, you can call ground staff, have them pull the plug, and then let's get the gate yanked. No, I don't need the de-icing treatment. We have no frost on the wings.
Stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Yeah. Pre-start check below the line.
Covers and pins.
Removed.
Aircraft log and documents.
Checked on board.
Hello, Captain.
Checked on board.
We are ready for pushback.
Altimeters.
30.02 set. Set and checked.
Fuel, oil, hydraulic quantities.
Set and checked.
0 fuel weight.
Set.
TRP.
Departure checks completed. Bypass.
Takeoff.
inserted.
Stabilizer.
0.7 set.
Flaps takeoff selector.
Stowed.
Speed bugs.
Set.
Pre-start check below the line completed.
Okay. Take you, sir. Oil quantity maintenance was kind to us and gave us some oil today, which is nice. This thing burns a lot of oil. 15/16, 16/16 on the hydraulic. Good. I'm just writing all this down because we have to. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and get a before start check, please. Before start check.
Okay.
Parking brakes.
Set.
Doors.
Closed.
Startup and pushback clearance.
Received. Approved.
Before start check completed. Ready for engine start.
All right. Yeah, so Jeff, you applied. I saw that. Okay. What I'll end up doing is I'll send you an email. I just wanted to make sure. Are you running 2020 or are you running something else? Oh, where's this, guys? Okay, we're all hooked up, ready to go. You folks ready? I don't know what I use for my timings, by the way, to get back to that question. I don't know what I use, but one thing we need to do is do a return. If we had an engine fire, or let's say we had to do a return, we'll probably come back around here, probably on 3-4 left, or probably land the south runway. I'm just going to plug that in, 111.9er, just for the heck of it. Obviously, it's always good practice to do that. Now, they said the flight director worked, so let's see what... All right, we got a good flight director here, guys. So we're going to go ahead and use that. All right, the winds are 300. So what I don't want to do, it's okay when they push us out sideways. We're not going to have any tail. You know, this aircraft very susceptible to compressor stalls. So we don't want to. You don't want to go tail into the wind is when we start the aircraft. So let's not do that. All right, let me go ahead and get a. You're flying XP. Okay. I don't think I have any liveries for XP. But that doesn't mean we couldn't get one. All right. Let me call him up. Well, push to start our eyes, so let's go ahead and push.
On departure, fly heading 340, or runway 34 right, cleared for takeoff.
He's giving us to 34 right, so we're gonna get a push to the nose. We'll push nose left. Let me give him a call. Salt Lake Center, Riptide 5800, push Bravo 20.
Riptide 5800, push and start to your discretion. Call me, ready for taxi. Be advised, you can expect runway 34 right for departure.
Okay, we'll expect 34 right for Riptide 5800. Okay, so we're going to push the other way now. And 34 right, we do have to make a runway change. So let's do this before we push. Okay, so let's go arrivals, departures. We're just going to go over here to 34 right to change. And we might have to change the rugged 3. We'll execute. We'll go and check our legs again. We got vectors to Bubby. Okay, that's the same. That didn't change. Over to rugged, the spine, and then ski. We're good. So another thing you need to do is it's not just good enough to do that. You got to actually calculate and crunch your numbers again, folks, for 3-4 right. And what I'm going to do is pretty much just going to come down here. You can set it. I'm just going to use my my OPC, my onboard performance computer, really quick, and just change 3-4 right onto this one. This is going to be a little easier. 3-4 right. I'll click calculate and see what it comes up with. Same numbers, and margin is 5,000 on the margin. Good. Okay, we're good to go. Everybody ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Push time is going to reset that. There we go, 1630.
Radar contact, say altitude.
Brakes off. Oh shoot, I forgot.
United 87 heavy.
I forgot.
Climb and maintain flight level 230.
This thing's I gotta tell this thing where to go. Continue the push, and it's gonna say, hey, which way? No, I don't want the ice.
Due to icing conditions, please
I want to
stand by
go
until push is completed
nose
and
to the
brake
right,
check.
tail to the left.
Release parking brake.
Okay, 1635. Let's go.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by until push is completed and brakes are set.
Whatever. All right, so time check right now, 1635 on the marks. The passengers, the team back there is going to be pretty cold.
939, Salt Lake Center, good.
All right, let's start number 1 here, sir. Warm-it's up. Ready? Here we go. Start left engine.
Set.
Start left engine.
Starting left engine. Left start valve open. N2. Oil pressure.
FedEx 67, contact Denver Center now 127.65. Thanks for flying through.
N1.
127.65. Thank you, sir. See ya.
All right, we're on the push,
3040 leaving my airspace.
Fuel on.
Offline, lane.
More than 20%. Let's kick the fuel on. Here we go. Fuel's on. And there's the light. Timer's coming up.
Fuel flow. EGT. Left start valve closed.
United 87 heavy, turn right direct. Hurt. Climb and maintain flight level.
Okay, we got a good start. Looking at the
United
EGT.
87 heavy, turn right
There's
direct.
a-
First, climb and
there's a
maintain
kick
flight level
right there on the
350,
bus.
resume normal speed.
And then we're going to look at the left
Stabilizing.
side. Good, good, good.
Stabilized.
parking brakes.
Okay, park brake coming set. Start right engine.
Unlocking gear.
Starting right
So
engine.
at 888 Salt Lake Center, good
Right start
evening.
valve open. N2. Oil
I didn't want to
pressure.
start the engine because we got a long
Summit
taxi, but it's okay.
888,
We're pretty
Squawk
heavy.
5357.
We're pretty heavy. We'll just deal with it.
N1. Fuel on.
More than 20%. There goes the fuel. Here we go. Fuel coming on. Timer.
Fuel flow. EGT. Right start valve closed.
There's a light. EGT's on the way up. Watching the EGT. Oil pressure's on the rise. Watching that EGT. If that EGT spikes on me or really doesn't do anything, it means we're going to hunk start. If it spikes, it's a hot start.
Summit 888,
So we're watching those
contact
things
41 miles west of the Cup Bank.
as we fire these engines up. Okay, 2 good starts. Here we go. I'm going to do my flows. He's going to do his flows. Galley's on my side. APU's coming off. There we go. Actually, I'm going to keep those on here. That's coming off. Air's off. Good. Emer lights are on. Good. That's good. I'm just going to check. Make sure we have current. Looks good. Straights. APU's off. Air's off. And the right side looking good. Bat and bolts are good. Bat's good. Back to the right side. Okay, auto. Auto. We have duct. Let's go ahead and give this a close. Alright. Slats, flaps coming in. We're going to go flap 11. Check. With a green light. Here we go. Spoiler deployed. Spoiler deployed. Rudders. Alright, you guys. We're ready to rock and roll here. One thing I need to check is just the controls really quick. Just going to make sure we have... Good, we're good. Alright, Cliff, let's do this.
Last aircraft calling. Was it Scandinavian? Say again?
After engine start check.
Ignition.
Off.
Electrical loads.
Checked.
Air conditioning supply.
Auto.
Galley power.
On.
Ice protection panel.
Off.
Pneumatic crossfeed valve levers.
Closed.
Flight controls.
Flight controls check completed.
Hydraulic pumps and pressure.
On. Checked. Checked and set.
Annunciator panel.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Removed.
All clear signal.
Received.
Flaps, slats.
11 set. Set and checked.
After start check completed.
Q. We are cleared on the left.
We are clear on the right.
Taxi check.
Fuel heat.
Off.
Flaps and slats.
11 set checked. Set and checked.
Bugs and TRP.
They are set and checked. Set checked.
Takeoff speeds.
No changes.
Takeoff briefing.
Performed.
ATC flight guidance systems and nav aids.
Set and checked.
FMS.
Checked. Pre-flight completed.
APU air and master switch.
Both off.
Brake temperature and pressure.
Checked.
Taxi check completed.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's go. All right, members in the chat right now, hit the seatbelts for me. So there should be a little emoji that you can use. That's called a little parachute. We call that parachutes on. Shoots on. Here, let's go. Brakes off. I'm going to push them up here a little bit, just kind of get a roll. And then I'll just let them know we're on the east side. Technically, it's a non-movement area, so we're not going onto the taxiway until we get to we're going to be east-north. Second east-north, it's called. That's where we're coming out. Yeah, I elected to start both engines. I didn't want to initially, and then I was like, you know what, we're heavy enough. We're pretty heavy, 144, so at least with a lot of fuel, we won't be after we burn all this off. And folks, it looks like we're going to need some engine anti-ice for sure on this run. Possibly wing anti-ice as we climb through it, so it's cold enough. Yeah, Williams says shoots. Jeffrey's got the shoots. Let's go. Let's put the shoots on. Let me give him a call. Wrong pen. Where's my pen? There we go. Salt Lake Center, Riptide 5800, taxi. We're second east to the north.
Riptide 5800, Salt Lake Center, runway 34 right, taxi via hotel. Verify you have information Delta on board.
Okay, 34 right via hotel, and we have the numbers for Riptide 5800.
Roger, thanks.
I got the other one on. Ouch. These things are so heavy. I can't wait till this terminal is going to get done. It's looking good right now. They got a lot more done here.
American 44 Delta, Salt Lake Center, good evening.
All right, guys, I'm going to check the configuration. Sea brakes armed. Okay, ready? This is going to be fun. These are JT8s, so we're going to go hotel, he said. All right, so that's going to be the second one in. Okay, ready? We're going to push them up really quick, like 2 seconds, only 3 units, so it's not very much here. I'll do that on a straightaway though, okay? We're going to be making it right on a hotel. Let me give you a takeoff briefing here. You guys tell me. Threat today, probably going to be icing coming out of here. Maybe some turbulence over the mountains. Another threat is going to be the performance of the aircraft. We have to make sure that we have got enough push to get us to 11,000 feet before we can get the buddy. If not, we're just going to keep going straight. No big deal. I'll brief you on that just because I got caught last time with that, with the A321, and I wasn't expecting that. Looks like we've got some haze coming in. Got some weather. All right, let's go ahead and push them up 3 units and right on back. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Take a look. And then down. Okay, good. And that's just a check to make sure there's no their cause test is good.
Center, thanks for Delta, runway
all right. Also, what we're going to do. Also, what we'll end up doing here, folks, is anything below 80 knots will stop the aircraft. Anything above 80 knots to V1, which is going to be about 157. We are going to stop the aircraft. What I'll do is go throttle to idle. I'll pull reversers. I'll push the speed brakes up and make sure we got speed brake up, full reversers. I'll slam on the brakes. It's going to be an RTO thing right there. And then we will taxi off the runway, probably apply a brake cooling period on the aircraft and figure out what happened. And that's only for fire, failure, fear, shear is what we'll do. So any engine fire, any engine failure, if we hit any wind shear alert or warning, or if the airplane is just coming apart on us, we'll stop. Looks like we got snow in the forecast. It's snowing right now. Light snow at that. It's not going to stick to the surface yet. Maybe.
31 Mike Romeo, Salt Lake Center clearance on request, standby.
Kind of a little bit of a shower here. I can't even see it. Let's just look at the weather here really quick, folks.
100 31 Mike Romeo.
We're good right now.
To the Boeing field.
It's not snowing. ATIS is 9 satellites miles, scattered 44 broken. It's the same thing we had. No worries there. Okay, Rugged 3, you guys have any concerns? Good briefing for you. If I screw up, let me know. All right? I need that. Here we go.
Honda 31 Mike Romeo, read back correct.
Cabin crew, be
call
seated
ready
for takeoff. Lineup check.
Cabin.
Secured.
Windows.
Left side closed.
Right side closed. Annunciator panel.
Checked.
Ignition.
Set to Alpha.
Air conditioning supply.
Auto.
Transponder set to TARA. Takeoff clearance.
Received.
Lineup check completed.
Thank you. All right, you guys ready? I'm ready. Ready. Let's do this thing. Salt Lake Center, Riptide 5800, hold a short 3-4 right, ready to go.
Riptide 5800 on departure, flighting 340, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
Hey, 340, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff, Riptide 5800. Heading, select 340. 340 set on the heading. Okay, heading 340, altitude set at 9,000.
United 87, contact Denver
Airspeed.
127.65. Thanks for flying out tonight.
About 200 knots on the clean speed. Okay, we're approaching 3-4 right. I heard the toss work on me here. Get rid of this. There we go. Okay. It'll be a nice rolling takeoff today. We'll get the speed up. Here come the lights. Lights are on, bright sides. 3-4 right on the pavement. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. I don't want to take my time on the runway here, so let's get going. Let the nose line up. We'll go 1.4 in the EPR, and then we'll slam it up.
On runway 3.
Okay, 11,000 feet right there. Here we go, 3-4 right. We are rolling. Here we go. Throttle's coming up, nice and smooth. Really to 1.4 on the EPR. And wait for it. It should kick in. There it goes. Auto throttle armed. And takeoff thrust is set.
Alaska 272, Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Lots of right rudder in here, guys. 80 knots.
80 knots.
Cross check.
V1. Rotate.
Man, this airplane does not want to just all over the place. There we go. Positive rate.
Southwest 2049
Positive
on
rate.
departure, flighting
Gear up.
280, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, we're on runway heading. We're going to go up to 20 degrees. Let the airplane accelerate through here. All right, I got it.
Southwest 2049, Salt Lake Center, on departure, flighting 280, runway 34 left, cleared for takeoff.
Heading hold. Auto throttle on. Got the airplane. We're going to go vertical speed.
Riptide 5800, radar contact, say altitude passing.
6,000.
Riptide 5800, roger, climb and maintain flight level 230.
230, Riptide 5800. 230 set. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a little bit of flaps coming to 0.
Southwest 2049, Salt Lake Center.
Yeah, we're going to get to 11,000. No problem. No problem, you guys. Direct to bubbly, please. Bubby. Climb thrust set. Okay, VNAV climb. Slats up.
Slats retract.
Recon 134, Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Southwest 2049, home short 34 left ready, yep.
Southwest 2049, Salt Lake Center. I was just trying to call you About
Nav
a minute
checks,
ago. No worries.
please.
On departure planning 280.
Nav track.
34 left, clear for takeoff.
There we are.
280, 34 left. Clear for
Okay, we got
takeoff.
nav track and shoot. I need engine anti-ice. Engine anti-ice coming on right now. 2 valves open. Accelerating now through. They wanted us at 230, didn't they? That's why they want us at that 230, is because of the clear. Just want to make sure we got direct. Where is it? Direct to Bubby. Direct to execute. I want to make sure the airplane knows what's going on. There's through 11,000 feet. We're through 11,000, so we're good. Let me give him a call. Salt Lake Center, Riptide 5800. You want us to cancel that restriction?
Riptide 5800, turn right direct spine. Climb and maintain flight level 330. Resume normal speed.
Okay, direct spine. We'll climb 330, Riptide 5800.
And Riptide 5800, you can resume normal speed.
And we'll resume normal speed. Appreciate it. Riptide 5800. All right, we're going to go direct to spine, folks. We're going to do VNAV on the climb. And we're going to restore to the FMS override. And that'll do FMS speed. We're going to go direct to spine now. So we're going to just go... I'll lock my head up. We're going to go over to here. We're going to click...
information Delta, ready for taxi.
What the heck am I? Direct to, and then we're going to put spine, direct to spine, execute, and here we go. We're going to go all the way around, direct to spine. We're 13,000 feet.
Frontier flight 3982.
Not every day you see an MD-80 over the rocks here. Sick picture of that.
Southwest 2049, roger, radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 360. Proceed direct scant, resume normal.
That's cool. Well, I can effectively say that this aircraft outclimbed an A320. So you A321?
Mike Romeo, runway 13.
Wow. To be fair, this is much lighter than that, but still. All right, we're direct to spine. Let me get Cliff going. Climb check.
Seatbelts.
On. On.
Climb check complete.
There we go. Trying to get a good picture of this, you guys. All right, through 16,000. Looking good here. It's going to be bumpy throughout the climb.
Set.
What? I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, with nav captured, that's not what we want. We want to keep on the truck in here. 16.8. What happened? He set something on me. He did something stupid. 33,000. VNAV climb. Let's go. Yeah. Stupid Cliff. What's he doing? Okay, we'll tab it down. Get it to 330 sets. All right, you guys. We are on the money. Through 17 right now. Looking good. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off. We don't need this. We're just burning the battery. I asked the developer to actually make that get plugged in, because normally you'd have it plugged in and charging. But whatever. There's 17.5. We're coming to 18,000. 2992 coming up. Let me get to your... Jeffrey said 321, 737-900 has similar issues. Yeah. We're going to go with 2992. We are standard. Now, normally I'll shut my lights off at this altitude. He'll shut his... I think FS to crew does it at like 20,000 feet or something like that. I'll give you guys an update on how we're doing through 18,000. We're kind of through the junk, but we're going to get in those bumps here throughout the whole Rockies. So I'm going to keep the seatbelt sign on, obviously on for quite a bit. Looks like a bit of a turbulence through this area, and then, you know, through the rocks, it's just kind of normal like this. It's going to be a little bumpy as we climb through the, especially as we climb through the altitudes here. So what a beautiful sight out there. It's gorgeous. You're looking north here. We're heading over to...
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments,
there's
we'll begin our meal
20,000.
service for the flight. Please refer
That's
to
a better,
the menu
better view over here.
for the 2 meal choices and your
There's a
beverage
nice
choices
little...
available. We request that you keep the aisles clear to assist the flight attendants to serve you efficiently and also for your own safety. Thank you.
Now this is going to be Echo right here. This is, I believe this is the Echo Canyon. No, Echo's to the north. That's not Echo. What the heck is that? Hang on just a minute. I'm going to look really quick because I want to see what reservoir that is. Nothing. Evanston, Wyoming is, we're headed to Evanston, Wyoming, which is just coming up here. I fish all the way up there somewhere. It's really nice. Do some fly fishing out there. It's really, really pretty. Anyway, we're on our way back home. I didn't have to stay in a hotel. That's the best part about it, right? Yep. Okay, we're getting hit in the bumps. 280 on the speed, roughly. So we can go down 280. We're doing pretty good on the Mach. So long and Mach, you know, through 22. We got to be under 0.76 or close to it. So turbulent penetration speed is what we're looking for. I'm going to shut off the engine anti-ice now. No point in burning that fuel. And seatbelts are coming off now. That's it. Kind of wonky on the departure, man. The airplane wanted to drift hard left because of that wind, but we got to kind of counter-correct that. All right, let's see and get a good weather outlook here. See what we got going on. We've got turbulence reporting. Pretty, it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, through the climb, it's going to be a little bit bumpy, and then we should be good to go through about up to altitude. We shouldn't really get into some bumps, and I just can't believe that. Hang on just a minute. Let's try to reset it. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of bump to the north of us. 24,000.
One Mike Romeo, the wind 020 at 9 runway 19 are clear for takeoff. 19 clear for takeoff.
All right, let's make sure Cliff did his job. He put us at stowed. I'm going to go ahead and set this down to 23 for the landing. We'll get this set to 23 right now. All right, 22. There's 23 set. And 121.5 on the guard. Engine sync is on. All right, folks. Well, looking good. Looking good. Chris got turbulence from 23 to, what did you say? (23 to 38). Raj. Yeah, I'm looking at my charts. It's probably, let me see what the significant weather is stating.
Below, 215 off Provo.
We got 16 to 30, then upper level, which you
Mach
have.
215, Salt Lake
And
Center,
that's
radar
gonna be,
contact, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
yeah, it's gonna be bumpy up.
Level 350.
I figured on the climb it's gonna be pretty choppy here. Just coming over through the rocks, it's always bumpy.
Frontier flight 3982 on departure flighting 340, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
Thanks for the update.
Runway 34 right, clear for takeoff, heading
Appreciate it.
340, Frontier flight 3982.
All right, folks, I'll give you a
Honda Jet 1, Mike Romeo, radar contact,
all right,
altitude passing.
folks in the chat, I want you to tell me what time we're gonna hit our
1 Mike
halfway
Romeo,
point.
Roger, climb and maintain, flight level 400.
So at when are we gonna hit the halfway mark? I still owe Patrick a sticker, by the way. Patrick's gonna get a sticker for that, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this. Rock Springs coming in 116 point nothing. 116 point nothing. We're gonna get into the phase of the cruise phase. We're about 73 miles from Rock Springs, and from there we're going to go up to DDY, which is Muddy Mountain, Casper, Wyoming, 116.2.
Scandinavian 939, Salt Lake Center, hello again. Glad to have you back here.
All right. So, I'll give you an idea. Our time into New York estimating 2026 Zulu. Right now it's 17 Zulu. So it's about 3 hours, a little shy of 3 hours, about 2 hours and 20 minutes by the time we go over there. Wait a minute, 17. Yeah. Sure, it's about 3 hours and 3 hours and 20 minutes, so right around there. But I need the halfway mark in miles. Time, that is. You can't look at the board and go, oh, there it is. That's cheating. Oh, sorry guys, I got this open. I'll shut those off for you. Okay, going from 26 to 30K. And the airplane is doing what it's supposed to do. So long, Salt Lake. I think we go back west, you guys. I thought we were done with the west swing. It's not true. We've got to go to the stupid LA, and then we got to go to San Jose, and then we got to go... Gosh.
We are airborne at Bravo Airport.
I was really hoping we were done with the west swing, but that's not true.
Okay, with 1548 Salt Lake Center radar contact. Correction, Skywest 1548, climb and maintain 9,000. I'll have a clearance for you in just a moment.
Well, climb and maintain 9,000,
Alright.
1548.
Paperwork coming out here, guys. I want to see something. So, our total miles here, 1,700 miles, roughly, total. We have about 1,600 miles to go.
Radar contact, say altitude passing.
6,000 for 9,000, 12539.
There's 30,000.
Frontier flight 3982, roger, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Climb and maintain flight level 230, Frontier 3982.
Okay, now we got to watch our speeds. We're good. We're
You're cleared to the Denver International
0.74.
Airport via present position direct boom, then as files. Climb and maintain flight level 370.
Clear to Denver International Airport via current position, direct to Brown, and climb to flight level 370, Skywest 1548.
All right, so what are we doing here? Climb. What did I say? How many miles? 1,700 total miles to go here? No, 1,700 miles total. And then what we'll do is... So we look at 1,700 miles. It's actually 1,787 to be exact. Okay, there we go. Does it tell you how many miles we have to go on top of there? Does anybody have a clue? Yeah. William with the parachutes. That's pretty good. How was the NOC, Jeffrey? Was it fun? Probably pretty cool. By the way, 32 for 33, coming up 500 to go. This airplane lately has been acting up and not wanting to get me up to full 30,000.
3982, turn right direct. Hertz, climb and maintain flight level 330, resume normal speed.
All right, guys, ground speed,
direct Hertz up to
498 knots over the ground right now. That's pretty good.
And just so you know,
take it.
Got bounced around pretty good between about 6,000 and 9,000 feet. Seems to be smoothing out now, though.
Roger, thanks for the PIREP.
Yeah, I'll give him one here in the cruise as we settle down. Come on, airplane. Get me up there.
Grizzly 603, contact Denver Center now 127.65. Thanks for flying out.
Vertical speed. Let's just go 200.
You have a great night, man.
300 feet a minute. Just want to kind of get to that 33,000 mark. And then I'll do altitude hold. Come on, you little punk. Altitude hold. That should set me right there. Okay. 33,000, folks. We just made it. OCS is going to be the first waypoint. We'll kind of start tracking our fuel burn, making sure we're good to go. We're doing 0.74. That ain't going to cut the mustard. We got to go a little faster than that. So I'm going to go cruise. We're going to go 0.77. I looked at my paperwork and it said econ speed is 0.77. So we're going to bump it up.
112 Salt Lake Center radar contact. Climb and maintain 9,000. I'll have a clearance for you shortly.
Maintain 9,000 Delta 112.
Let the airplane accelerate. We'll go from there. Yeah. Pops, 100 minutes guessing. Okay. So what's that put us at? Give me a time. 100 minutes. That's 60. So what, 90? So 100. So we're looking at
.com 33, the Missoula altimeter 3024. Let me know when you have the weather there. You can expect vectors for the visual approach runway 12.
So you're thinking from now. So it's 17:09 now. So you're saying in an hour and 30-something minutes, it's light chop right now, guys.
.com 33.
Nothing we can do. We're stuck.
.com 33.
Let's see. Let's take a look. Would you keep the seatbelt signs on?
You can expect vectors for the visual approach runway 12. Let me know when you have the weather in Missoula.
I am. I'll keep them on. This is light chop. It's going to be like this for a bit until we can kind of get eastbound a little bit. We're in a whole area. We won't probably be out of this stuff until we get to after.
Delta 112, you're clear to the Denver International Airport via present position direct BOEM, then as filed. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
Okay, OCS coming up.
Delta 112 maintaining.
Boom. Yeah, you're saying an hour and 30 minutes from now. That's that what you were saying? So it's looking like at 1830, you're thinking? 1840?
112, read that correct.
So 1840 pops as halfway point, right? Okay. I got you on there. I wrote that. Any other takers? We get our halfway point. We got one at 1 hour and 30 minutes. 140, yeah. Jeffrey says 140.
Summit
So that's
888.
2 of you are saying 140.
Cross Carter at and maintain flight level 190. You can expect runway 34 left.
Okay,
It's very dark
Carter,
with blue lighting.
and,
Each
34
workstation
left for
has
Summit
8 monitors. Yeah, they
888.
do an incredible job. Why is the airplane descending? Anybody know why? Why are we descending? I got it. It just decided to descend on me for some dumb reason. VNAV climb. Let's go, man. Yeah, I know. I got the aircraft. Okay. All right. Let's go up.
33, roger, thanks.
Correcting the altitude.
Maintain 10,000, fly heading 280.
Fetch. Gosh. Must have been a weather update or something. Because that wasn't cool. I've just decided to descend on me for some dumb reason. You can't do that in RVSM airspace airplane. We're going to have a big problem if that's the case. That is a no-no. Okay. Level off. Okay, 330 is armed. Okay. Alt hold. Now I'm going to go altitude hold. Right? Level off. Give me the altitude right there. Speed out. Don't descend me. VNAV. FMC speed. See, it's descending me. I don't like that. Hold 330. Do not descend. No. No. Okay, I got it. We're having a hard time today. The airplane is not wanting to settle in. Zero it out. We'll go 330, arm. It's set. I'm going to go FMC speed. Mach select. What? Okay, bro. No, we don't want to go that fast. Okay, we want to go down. 77. There we go. Hold 770. Jeez. Okay, 770. Give me 33,000. That's what I'm looking for right now. Flight level 330. Hold on, you guys. I'm just trying to get this airplane to reset a little bit. So I'm watching. Right now, what I've done is I've basically taken
44 Delta.
You can almost say a level 2 automation. I've kind of dropped down from a level 3 to a level 2.
You can expect
so
the visual approach, runway 3.
I'm holding Mach 0.77 myself. At least forcing, I'm basically getting off the FMS right now. And I'm holding altitude hold at 33,000. So it's kind of a level 2 here just because the automation's not being very kind right now. So let's see if we can kick the seatbelt sign off a little bit. Yeah, it's looking good. All right, let's go and I'll throw that off just for a minute until we hit some more bumps. But right now, I'm good with turning that off. Watch, we hit some huge bumps. Got a tour. Area of mod turbulence? Yeah, we are actually.
Moxie 215, contact
we are.
127.65. Thanks for flying out.
I mean, we're right in it. I mean, turn to the.
Thank you for ATC.
I'm showing 16 to 30. Are you showing that on yours? 16,000 to 30,000, but it might go on the high side on the other side of it. could be up on the upper range. 18, I've shown surface to 18, and then from 16 to 30. Let's see, we're starting to head north a little bit. But, I mean, the air is pretty smooth right now. And, well, we'll see. I might have to kick the thing on. We'll see how it happens. Good stuff. 33,000, but there is an area of forecast moderate turbulence. And I'm showing 2 levels. I'm showing surface to 18 and 16 to 30. You're saying 23 to 38. Yikes.
.com 33
Yeah,
turn
let's
15
go ahead and
degrees
throw
right.
that on.
15 degrees to the right.
We're going to keep the seatbelt sign on then, folks, just until we get out of the forecasted area. I mean, it's forecasted to be bad until we get kind of west of, what is that, Pleasant, Muddy Mountain, which is this DDY, or about 50 miles, nope, about 101 miles to it. And I didn't get a time when we passed over OCS. Let me go ahead and do that now. I was too busy trying to play with the airplane, figure out what it's doing. Sometimes weather updates can kind of throw it like wonky, so I'm thinking that's what happened. I'm not too sure, but I think that's what occurred. All right, when we passed over OCS, we had 31,100 pounds of fuel, and we passed over at 1711 Zulu. And so we're going to add, that would be 1730. We're estimating 1730 our next waypoint, and that will be DDY. And let's see here, the cruise right now, what are we looking at? Winds 277 at 62 with a true airspeed, temperature of negative 47 degrees. Right about forecast. That's pretty good. As we move westbound, not too bad, just light chop, I would say, light turbulence. Okay, got a tour from a company historian who is an ERAU graduate. That's my and Chris, our alma mater. His job is to be in aviation. His job is to be in aviation and company.
Right, 1251,
Know it
Salt Lake
all.
Center, good evening.
It's quite an experience. It's good. Fun, man. Good times. Gotta love it. All right, folks, just letting you know.
Bunch flight 3982, contact Denver Center 127.65. Thanks for flying through tonight.
Over to Denver Center.
We're going to go over to Denver Center too, you guys. We're going to go northbound, and that's our next call. Is going to be over to Denver. Denver's going to be 127.650. 127.650. 127.65. 127.650. Let's go.
Delta 1113, contact Salt Lake Center, or correction, Seattle Center now, 135.45. Have a good evening.
That's right. Anyway, let you know what the heck is going on here at Coastal, you guys. I have been working my butt off to get this aircraft into our training mix so we can direct hire into MD-80s. So what that means is that the training program that we have for the 737 is going to be the exact training for the MD-80, except you have to do the training for the MD-80. So right now I'm writing our operations manual for the aircraft. It's taking, obviously, it takes a long time. The last time I did it took me like 6 months. So it's going to take me much less time than that. I'm getting a lot of...
flight level 350?
I'm getting ahead on it, right? I'm getting some good synergies going.
American 134, Salt Lake Center.
So it's been pretty good in terms of, just what we're doing with that. So once I get that done, That doesn't mean I can't hire now. I'll just,
Yeah, we can probably get it flooded.
you know, if you guys wanted a direct hire, we're looking for MD-80 pilots. We're going to be looking for 727 pilots, and not a lot of them. There's only maybe like 2 or 3 we're looking for total. So not a lot of 72s, and the MD-80s we only have 3. So I'm looking for probably 5 total MD-80 pilots, as well as the 72, right around that 5 range. Right now we're kind of, if you go to the website, we've stopped hiring.
American 134 contact
But
center 127.
if somebody applies online, that doesn't necessarily mean we won't hire, because we still need pilots. It's just I'm trying to get the training program up on its feet with this aircraft, and once we do, then there's no stopping us. And that's why I want to type lock everyone, because once you're trained, you're going to go through your training program for the 7.3, for the MD-80, and then the 7.2, and when the 7.5 comes out, it's got to be, this thing has got to be a weather related issue. You could see the altitudes yelling at me.
.com 33, the field is at your 3 o'clock 15 miles.
Gotcha, Betty. I gotcha.
.com 33, Roger, cleared visual approach runway 12.
And that it's doing this because it's pressure. We're going to different areas of pressure, but shouldn't affect at 2992. It's the same. So I don't know what the heck's going on. So I'm trying to look at indicated. I wonder what we see. Indicated, it says on my readout here, we're at 33.1. Just slightly on the high side. Maybe let's go out hold. Well, it's going to be like this for the next 3.5 hours. Gosh. I don't know. Okay, folks, we're heading over to Wyoming. We are just pushing over to Wyoming. This is going to be, is that the Flaming Gorge right now? Let's see where we're at here. Can't tell. Called Pathfinder Reservoir, right off the wing here. That's where we are. Pathfinder Reservoir. That's got to be somewhere in Wyoming. Flaming Gorge is more north and west of us now. Anyway.
American 44 Delta, apologies, disregard that.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Jeffrey, I'll let you know. Probably the next step, what I'll have you do, I can just tell you, what I'll have you do is we'll have you fly a...
Delta 1, Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Did we miss a call from him?
2049 leaving my airspace, LA is offline, radar service terminated, frequency
I'm expecting a handoff any second, so I just want to make sure I didn't miss his call.
Riptide 5800, contact Denver Center 127.65. Have a good flight.
127.65, thanks for being on. We'll see you. Riptide 5800. Okay, let's go back in. And
American 44 Delta, route
650. All right, we're in Denver Center. I was kind of just listen for a second. 127.650, he said. And we are on that frequency. Let's go ahead and give him a call. We are at Muddy Mountain, VOR 33,000. Denver Center, Riptide 5800, checking in flight level 330, just west of Muddy Mountain, VOR.
Riptide 5800 Denver Center, good evening.
That's it. We're hooked up. Once they give you your tail, once they give you your call sign, they got you on the scopes. So we're good there. Yeah, so Jeff, what I'm going to have you do, our next point in this hiring process, is I want you to fly an MD-80. You're going to shoot the LaGuardia 3-1 visual in the MD-80 aircraft and record it using OBS, and then you'll send it. You could probably put it in the drive and then link it to us, and just email me that that video.
It's going to be a long straight landing, North Frontier Flight 3982.
And then we'll take it from there. Then there's a next step. So there's a few steps before, and then there's training. so if you're willing to do the training, it's a very interesting dynamic. Matter of fact, we've got some of our pilots are
Fury 2-1,
like, what?
Be advised, the Blue Mesa arrival, or the DeBerry 5 arrival, you should have departed Blue Mesa heading 087. I'm showing you heading 180 right now.
Fury 2-1, we are currently...
Okay, this is Casper, Wyoming. That's where we're headed. We're pretty much right over Casper, Wyoming. The airport of Casper is just off the wing here. Let's see if I can get out and see. I don't know if you can see it at 33,000, but the airport for Casper, Wyoming is going to be somewhere down there off of here. Very close.
Fury 2-1, I stepped on you. Fly heading 090.
I can't see it from 33,000, but
14,000.
Somewhere down there is Casper, Wyoming, the airport. Good stuff. Pretty smooth so far. I mean, we haven't been getting bumped around a lot. Just on that initial climb, it probably settled down for us.
Aircraft calling. Okay, SkyWest 1548, Denver Center, good evening.
It's a good aspect, in my opinion. Okay.
FedEx 985 radar contact.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, like our pilots have a deadline who are released. They have to go through continuing qualification for this year and for 2024, and they all have to do it by the end of this month. So we have that training out there for them, and there's a few things to do, and they gotta, you know, they have to do an LOE.
Are you able to follow the DeBerry 5 charted arrival?
I think my autopilot's telling me Fisher is bearing 78.5 from my location.
Hey, Fury 2-1, do you have the charts on board?
DDY, here we go. Crossing at 1729 is the cross. We're a minute better than forecast for this one. And our fuel over the station,
Fury 2-1, yeah,
29,000.
do that. Just fly present heading.
So we're burning about 1,000 less than forecast, which is
do me a favor and
what I
practice
like.
offline so you get better at programming this stuff in. It would help immensely, especially now that I'm busy.
What runway do you want me landing on for Fury 2-1?
I'm not giving you a runway. That'll be the Springs approach.
Progress? What am I doing? Cruise.
SkyWest 1548, descend visa longs 3 arrival, landing north.
This will be a long 3 arrival landing north.
What are we doing here? Minus 48 degrees. Okay, we're looking at 20 more minutes, 21 minutes. That's 0. There's there. That's 2.
Take call sign only.
4, 5. That's 50. So 1750.
Okay, Delta 112, I think it was. I'm sorry, you're saying it pretty fast. Denver Center, good evening.
1750 is our next waypoint.
Denver Center, United 45, flight level 360. Good evening.
United 45, Denver Center, good evening.
Yeah. So we're better. So we're a minute left. We just passed Casper, Wyoming, and we're headed out basically that 090, almost eastbound. And we're still in an area of bumps, but looks like We might be kind of lucky getting out of that here shortly. We're still in a forecasted area of that moderate turbulence. We kind of won't get out of there until I show K Delta 78 Yankee, which is our next waypoint. We should be out of that forecasted area. I mean, right now we're doing okay. We're not getting into that. We're not taking the hits. So it's pretty smooth ride so far.
Sierra Flight 3155, report back.
Now you see the ground speed, folks. 513 knots over the ground. That's great. Where's my 136 knots I had coming in? That's what I want. I want 136 knots pushing us. That'd be great. Good tailwinds. Yeah, so anyway, Jeffrey, that's your next step, but you good? You good with that? Record on OBS. You're going to do a visual approach into LaGuardia's 3-1 airport in the MD-80. You could pick an 83 or an 88. It doesn't matter. It's your choice. And submit your best work. And anyway, like I was saying, we have CQ training, and there's a lot of guys on our Discord who are like, oh, I got to do training. And yeah, you don't join Coastal for, zipping around and just flying a schedule. That doesn't work very well for us. You actually have to do training.
And Denver Center Max.
It's fun.
Are we able to step
I think it's fun.
0 minutes max?
But that's just me.
Report back.
We'll report back, Max.
And so we focused this year. We focused on de-icing. All sorts of de-icing fluid.
Vectors for spring.
Gliding 070.
'Tis the season. So de-icing procedures. We focused on what happens in an RNAV when your energy's high, you're high and fast, going into Ontario. And then we did an LOE from Ontario to Monterey with a failure, with a random failure that's going to get thrown at our crew. They won't know what hit, it's just random. So who knows what kind of failure. It was interesting. I had on my LOE, we took off out of Ontario, and I was filming this right for the training, and sure enough, I almost got the entire way there, and then about just before my descent, I look up the weather, and the Monterey weather station just shut down. It closed. Like it was out of service. And I could not get a weather update. And I asked one of the questions I posed was, could we land there? And the weather, by the way, is forecasted to get to about 3 miles in fog. So the fog was going to roll in. It was going to drop to IFR levels or marginal at that levels with mountainous terrain everywhere. And I said, wow, this is great, and you should see the video. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I look at the regs. Sure enough, you cannot land. You can't ascertain the weather station in a Part 121 situation. You can't land, right? So I'm like, oh, and do you think that we had reserve fuel? Nope, because the airport wasn't forecasted to drop into the IFR for another 6 hours. But the fog was starting to roll through. So I'm like, well, now what?
321, contact Springs approach 124.0.
So I had to do the math, right, to say, do we have enough fuel to get to San Jose, which is just to the north of that airport, Monterey, just kind of northeast a little bit. If we could get to...
United 264, contact Denver approach 120.35, good night.
If we could get there...
Contacting Denver approach on 120.35.
Hang on. There we go. If we could get there, then we might have a shooting chance. So I start pointing the airplane in that direction. I redo the FMC. I get the computer programmed and everything for the arrival. I start descending in there, and sure enough, I get a failure. I can't remember what the failure was, but I got Something failed on me. I forgot what failed. I don't know if any of you have seen it. If you're on there, tell me what failed. I forgot. But I had a failure now, and I was like, oh, man.
Aircraft calling unreadable sounds like you're probably 2 sectors away from me, so monitor Unicom. Look at VATSIM-radar.com. If your aircraft is in my airspace, then you can call me. If you're not, do not.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Stray call sign, please.
Very odd. So I had a failure, ended up landing in San Jose, but I had a couple of curveballs thrown at me. That was for sure. The one was good enough when you say, you know, okay, you can't ascertain the weather. What do you do? And then that's enough for an LOE to go, oh, we can't land there. We got to live somewhere else.
In Albuquerque Center airspace headed for Houston airspace. You're talking to Denver. You are about
way off.
500 miles from me.
I was going to say, you're a little off, man. A little off course.
I'm not confused. Have a good night.
And Denver Center, go to November 283 Papa Hotel. Is at flight level 410 and about 22 miles away from the waypoint Tucker.
All right.
November 283 Papa Hotel, Denver Center.
Wilco, good stuff. All right, what are we talking about, folks? Just to give you a heads up, we got 1,300 miles to go.
Solid 46, contact Denver approach 120.35. Good night.
120.35, thanks. We'll see you at later.
Oh, gosh. It's pretty smooth there. All right, scenario time. You ready? What scenario? You guys give me a scenario. Let's play the game. Those of you who are watching this still, what scenario do you want us to do? We can run a failure scenario. We can talk about a system. We got to do something up here.
Delta 112, descend and maintain flight level 330 for traffic, then descend via the Longs 3 arrival.
We're causing a traffic conflict due to a lack of response. This guy's not playing, man. Yeah, not good. Especially when they're busy like that. There's a lot going on. So
Delta 568 radar contact
chime.
lock.
Disconnected. Ooh, a failure of a CST. That's a good one. So Chris just sent me a text. Right. So let's say we have a CST that popped. Okay, this actually happened out of Phoenix. We're flying a West trip. I think it was 2 years ago. We had a CST fail. So the CST failure is up here. And by the way, what a CST is a constant speed drive generator. And essentially in these engines, by the accessory gearbox,
frequency change approved.
as the engine,
thank you for all your help, United 1816.
As the engine turns, it spins a shaft, which then has an accessory gearbox, basically a bunch of gears, and that spins and is basically spinning a generator, and that generator is I want to say it's a 4-phase. I don't remember if it's 3-phase or a 4-phase, but it's a 4-phase generator, 3-phase generator. That as it spins, it's actually pretty cool inside of that generator. It's full of like copper wire magnets, and it's pretty sweet how it works. As it spins, I think that's how a generator works. Anyway, the poles as the magnets go around create, energy sources. It creates an AC current, or alternating current, A to B, A to B, A to B, and then it just keeps bouncing down the line. That's how you generate power. And so that constant speed generator is basically geared to always spin at a range of RPM. And it fluctuates a little bit, but not noticeable sometimes. Because if you pull the power back, you don't want the generator to slow to nothing, right? So you want that generator to keep going with the power, because let's say if we pull the throttle back, you know, that means the generator is going to spin slow, which means we're not going to get all the power or the load we need for the electrical system. So that's why it's a constant speed drive. Anyway, that's what a constant speed drive is on like a 30,000 foot view of the thing. That's kind of how a constant speed drive works. So if that fails, what do we do? Now there's two constant speed generators on this aircraft. There's a left and a right side, as you can see right here. Bing, bang. We have two of them. So if we had a constant speed drive generator failure, it would trip, which would happen to us. And I think it was the Panthers that tripped on us.
Approach Frontier, flight 3982, have a good one, too.
Let's go to the docks. And I have my own dock, so abnormal procedures. Let's see, this is kind of a weird... And I haven't really used this one before. I used mine. We got loss of both gens. We don't want that. We're going to say... now for me, folks, like right away, if we lost a generator, I'm not going to declare an emergency, right? So I'm not even touching that. I'll probably just continue the flight, and then I'll say, all right, let's run our QRH, which we're going to do now. Let's say left or right gen off. That's a light though. So let's just see if we have that. Now we have left, right gen annunciator light. Let's say the left or right generator off, annunciator light comes on. This emergency condition is indicated by an amber master caution light. Left or right gen off, annunciator is displayed. Note if CFD oil pressure is low, annunciator is also on. Apply abnormal procedure, CSD oil pressure low, annunciator. Generator switch on the affected gen. Hang on. Hold on.
Delta 845, contact Salt Lake Center, 125.57, good night.
Reset off 2. The generator must be reset only once for a given fault. Okay. Meter selector, affected generator position 2. Volts and frequencies, you would check that. Both normal and stable. Generator switch on. I don't like this one. I gotta get the real one, guys. This is not gonna work for me. Let me look at the real QRH. I mean, I'm sure that's where they got it from, but I don't like it. I don't like that format. Not a fan. Okay, let me look at the real QRH here.
372, flight level 330, 100 miles northwest of the Hayden VOR.
Good evening, Tower 15.
Alaska 272, Denver Center, good evening.
CSD. Now I'm looking through the QRH for CSDs. We have
Flight 3172, Minneapolis offline, radar service.
CSD oil pressure low. Let's just say.
Forward advisory. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good night, Frontier Flight 3172.
Let's see. We have a verify a CSD. Yeah. Let's see this. I'm trying to see if we had a disconnect and we lost a generator. All right. Let's just say we have a low oil temperature or oil pressure in the generator. So let's just say that that's our temp. We push for rise. That's the rise.
Contact Salt Lake Center, 125.57. Good night.
But let's say we have the light that come on. Wait, who? Okay, it's not us. Let's say we had a trip.
526. Contact Salt Lake Center, 125.57. Good night.
Listening to him. All right, it would say this. If associated gen off message is displayed, associated generator switch off. So we'd go upstairs and we'd flip one of these off. Now they're going to be wired shut because once you flip this switch, and disconnect it, there is no turning back. That generator is offline until you land. It actually severs inside the accessory gearbox. It actually will sever the shaft so it doesn't spin and ruin it. So that's why the maintenance can only reset it on the ground. Delta 526 is no longer, my friend. Thought he lost contact with him. Yeah, I know. Anyway, okay. So it says associated CSTs disconnect switch. We're going to do that. Hold the switch for 3 seconds. Verify that the CST is disconnected by the following: observe AC volts and frequencies. Go to the extreme left of the scale. Start the APU if available. So we're going to do that. End of procedure. I wouldn't consider that an emergency situation. You know, all right, so we lost a generator. I would definitely call downstream, probably on our ACARS, and I would let them know, hey, we've got a generator failure on the left side. Ran the QRH. I would look at the MEL. Obviously, we're going to call ahead for maintenance. So I'd be calling for New York. I'd be talking to the dispatcher saying, hey, get maintenance ready to go. If this airplane was doing a turn, right? If it was on the line, obviously it's charter, so we're not flying for another. We have 2 weeks off. No, we don't. Shoot, guys, we fly tomorrow. Holy smokes! Wait a minute. Wait, tomorrow, Saturday. We fly tomorrow. We have to fly to Montreal. I can't believe it. So we got to fly to New York. They play tomorrow. We go right back to. We go to. We do have to do a repo over to Newark, and then we fly up to Montreal and back. Fortunately, it's a very quick flight. It's like an hour, 15 minutes, but still, regardless, we're still flying. So that's what I would do. I would call ahead, just let them know at dispatch and say, hey, get some line techs out because we're going to need some help with the generator. It's left side shot. But that's it. So generator's off. I'm going to, with oil pressure or whatever, it would say the gen off message displayed. I think what we had was it disconnected, and we had an alarm. That's what I would do.
Delta 112, contact Denver Center or Denver Approach 120.35. Can I?
I'm expecting a handoff here shortly, guys, as we approach this next intersection here. Yeah. So anyway, that's what I would do. I don't know if it's the right way or the wrong way, but I want to look at the systems. I want to show you guys the actual system here. If I can pull it up, let's see if we can get it. This is a really good. Nope. Let's see if I can get a better one this way. Send it off to. I'm looking. Hang on. There we go. No. We should be getting a handoff any minute. And while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and dial in and try to get the a system pulled up for you. I don't think I can get it here.
215 Albuquerque's offline. Radar service terminated for exchange approved. Good night.
Over Unicom. Have a great night, Moxie 215.
I'm trying to drill through it. Maybe it's on my other one. I don't know the heck. Yeah, let me go get the other one. Not in that manual. Let me look at the other one. Bum, 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 bum. Nope. I have a really cool. I just looked at this one. It's not it. All right, this is like I'm looking at all charts, and here we go. I just had it. Electrical system is what I'm trying to find. Tables and figures and graphs. There we go. trying to look for the most complicated thing on here, and that would be the electrical system. This is NII system. Here's the electrical system. I wonder if I can get a good shot of this. Let's see. What I'm going to try to do is take a picture of it, and then I'm going to draw all over it. Kind of like an instructor would. Okay. Let's go like this, and then I'm going to put it on the screen here for us so we can look. Are we passing the station? Good. I'm going to have to hit the lav here in a minute. Let's go over here, throw this on the Notability app. Import. Open
3155, no problem.
Ah. Okay. You guys want to see the schematic? All right, let's take a look at the MD-80 here, the system. So the electrical system here, this is the left side and the right side, right? So I can look at the AC volts, just about 100. What is that? Let's see. That's 120. That's 150. Yeah. And then frequencies right here. And we're doing about 415 maybe.
I'm sorry,
that's
was that last call
415.
for
It says
Ultimate
402, 403, 45, right around there. It's over
Negative,
400
I haven't had a call here.
cycles per second.
The last call I had was acknowledging that.
And then our volts are approximately, you look on the bottom here, bottom is volts. So that's going to be 26
Los Angeles Center's,
amps, just higher than 51.
Radar service terminated, pre-stage group.
Left, the right side is slightly up on that, on the frequency. It's at roughly about 400 to 415 cycles per second. Volts are a little less, 125. So that's what you would do here. You would check your amps here, and this is just a meter switch. So throwing this switch doesn't do anything but shows you the readings of everything. And the reason why we're on the bat here is because, the reason why these two things aren't lit when we throw it on bat is because battery is DC. It's DC current or direct current, right? And you can see that spike as it dropped if something obviously hit. And you can look at our volts. See what our bat volts as well. It's the same thing. It's just a DC system. So it's not going to throw any AC or alternating current into the system until we flip it over to here or over here. External power or APU, they are not online right now, so they won't show anything. Alright, so that's what this switch does. It shows us the health of AC, frequencies, and volts, as well as our bat. Okay, and our bat amps. So you can see 0 on the amps is good. You don't want any negative amps. That means your battery charger is not doing its job. So we're doing pretty good on that. And you can see, because the inverter is working. Oh, I love the electrical system on the aircraft.
Good afternoon, Denver Center. King Air November 38 Alpha Kilo, level at 26.0. We're about 50 miles south of Lamar. Entering your zone.
King Air 38 Alpha Kilo, Denver Center. Good evening.
All right, let's do this. Let's pull this up. You guys want to see it or not? Tell me in the chat if you guys want to see the system. I'll try it. I'll pull it up.
Southwest 4308, Denver Center. Good evening.
Da, 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 da. Okay. You guys want to see it, or I'm going to bore you with electrical system crap? I think it's fun. Something to do, kill the time. You guys tell me here. Let's go ahead and pull this up, and I'm going to try to show you kind of what I'm looking at. All right, so this is our electrical system. in the MD-80. Okay, this is, let's see if I can make it any bigger here. I don't know if I can. You guys see it okay? So what we were talking about before is if we had a left gen failure, I'm going to give you a different color on this. Let's go with pink. Pink is pretty good with all these colors. So if you have a left gen failure here, that's a relay, gen control relay it looks like. All right, that's connected like we said, that left generator switch, let's say it's off, constant speed. Let's see where the heck your constant speed drives are. They're right there. So when you flip that switch, it disconnects the generator control relay. It severs it. It's just done, right? So this is going to no longer spin, and you're not going to get anything off of there. You'll get the left gen off bus. Light comes on. Obviously, this will open. That opens the relay, and you get that. But when you turn on the APU, which is right here, okay, that's going to allow the generator control relay on the APU to close, and then this will close, and then it'll restore power to this side of the aircraft. Anyway.
United 2415, Denver Center, good evening. Climb maintain flight level 370.
So when we look at this,
flight level 370,
let's see what we got here. We got a left, right, left, your external bus is here. It's here. We have a left and a right system. Okay, so when we connect in, like right now, we have, dang it. Right now we have, the condition right now is this right here is disconnected. So that's out, it's opened. All right, you have this one closed and this one's closed. So left and right closed. Okay, so we're having power supply to this side as well as this side. So right and left side are connected via the relay. EPR. We have CTR, which is the control. What is that? The CTR is the. Oh gosh, I gotta look. I'm used to the 7.3 on this thing, and we're looking at the our battery switch. Like I was talking about before, your batteries. Right there, and those are AC, that's DC, battery's DC. So you have DC current, which is direct current. So it's really cool how I was taught how current works. Direct current versus AC current. Direct current is DC, and it works like this. If these two were molecules, or let's say, you know, energy
Grizzly
molecules.
603, Minneapolis offline, radar service terminated, freak stage approved.
Electrical, let's say it's electric. Okay, it jumps to this one.
Riptide 5800, Minneapolis offline, radar service terminated, freak exchange approved, go Kraken, good night.
Hey, thanks for the services, we'll see you later, Riptide 5800. Alright, so we're going to go, just hold on that for a minute, we'll get back to it. And I'm going to just turn this over to 122.8. All right, guys, 122.8. We're thrown in there. We're off of the. We're off of everybody's frequency. We're kind of on our own now. Looks like we're out of the turbulence. Yeah, it looks good. We're actually just passing. Heading over to Midwest. Whoa, it just closed on me. Yeah, seatbelts coming off now. I think we're good. We're out of those. Areas of turbulence, so let's go ahead and throw that off now. It doesn't mean it couldn't happen. It doesn't mean we might not get into the bumps, but right now we're pretty good. So we'll do a burn check coming up here in probably about, now we're still in it. I can tell you, hang on, let's see if this kind of smoothed out for us. We're going to get into it a little bit more. as we keep going to TU, which is by Chicago. We're going to get into some areas of turbulence yet again, but we'll see if we get hit. It might be a nice ride. I don't see any Peyruis up here, so we'll see. Okay, back to the old drawing board. You guys like this. So direct current, and if you're an electrician, I apologize. This is like so... You guys are probably like, really? So that's direct current. It just goes down the line here. Bing, 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 straight down the line. So alternating current, obviously, is the opposite of that. And it goes... If I have energy molecules here, it goes here. And back though. So it goes like that. And then like that. And then when it hits this one excites another one. And it goes back. And this one excites this one. And it goes back. That's AC current. You have two types of current. You have DC, AC. Usually DC current is going to be for smaller items that need less power to operate. Your AC current is going to need a little more push, a little more power for the AC. Obviously, DC current is slower to charge, that kind of stuff. So your battery system is direct current. So as we look at our battery here, and I'm just going to go through this schematic with you guys. This is a schematic I'm not used to. I'm used to the chaotic MD-81, but this is nice because it's visual, so it's pretty cool. You have your battery right here. I'll just throw the pink one, the direct battery, and you have your battery bus, okay? And then you have a bus tie breaker, a BTB, bus tie breaker right there that connects that. So with the battery on, okay, we got the battery switch that comes on. Where's my bat switch, guys? Let's see if I can find it. Okay, here's our battery switch. I'm going to go and just delete this. And I'll use a highlighter, I think. So our battery switch is here. And oh, man, that's huge. Hold on. I got to turn that way down. I wonder if I can... How do I turn that stinker down? It's like huge. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can do something here. Yeah, let's make this massive so we can actually see, and I'll delete this guy. All right, that's better. So there's our battery switch, right? And it goes to that bus tie breaker that will connect or close, and now the battery is going to supply... It's going to supply power to the DC EMR bus. Okay, there's two sides. It's actually going to go from here, not that side. That's just the EMR side. That looks like. And then it's going to go, you got emergency inverter just in case it's charged, but it won't connect it yet. We're going to go down to here, which it goes to your battery charger, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. Now, these are batteries. So this right here is your battery, your actual battery. It's weird. We'll talk about your battery charger in a little bit. So that's power. You got DC EMR power. All this is lit. Everything in pink is going to be, or everything in blue, basically, is lit. Okay, now when we get the battery switch on, it's just pulling out of the batteries. There's no AC power to the airplane yet until we get the ground power hooked up. And let's do that right now. Let's go to the ground service relay. And we'll change the color to like a green. So our ground service, so let's say they plug it in the aircraft. It's actually a big plug. They stick it in the aircraft. It's like that big. Well, it's got like, you know, big round pegs in it on the aircraft. There's like prongs sticking out, and they just plug it in, just like a wall outlet. It's huge. And what happens is we'll turn those on, right? So we get that on, bing, ground service. I just want to make sure the ground bus is there and not somewhere else that I didn't see. That's our DC tie. That's opened. Okay, there's our ground service relay. It is the ground service bus. Okay, we're good. So ground service is on. I flip the switch. Bing. I want ground service now. So this area here will close. Your ground service bus. Why is it not working? It's being dumb. Yeah? Anybody? Bueller? Okay, I know why. Idiot. There we go. So our ground service, we throw that switch on. We want the ground service bus on. That's going to connect. And then the ground service bus is lit. Now it's providing AC or alternating current from the jet bridge. All right. And that goes to a TR or a transformer rectifier, number 2. All right. And obviously this is going to be connected. I don't know what this thing is. This is weird, this little triangle thing. I don't know what the heck that is. But it's probably going to connect this as well to TR1. So we'll get TRs going. And transformer rectifiers and convert. They got to convert the other way, but we'll talk about that here in a little bit as we keep going. Then it goes to the battery charger. AC gets converted to DC, and it goes into the battery. Let's get that battery going right there. So that's kind of how that works, right? It gets power, goes to the battery charger, then it gets converted from DC power to AC. From AC to DC in there. Starts charging the battery. That's what the battery charger does. Basically, it's an inverter. And we'll talk about the inverters here in a minute as we keep going on the aircraft. You have an inverter that will convert. You have a TR unit, a transformer rectifier, which we're going to talk about those. And that's going to convert your TRs, and then you have your, how many TRs are there? There's 2 on each TR1 and TR2. I know on the 7.3 there's 3 of them, but this is showing 4. This is showing 4 TR units, and I'm looking for how many static inverters. Just like 1 inverter. There's an emergency inverter. There's 4 TRs, man. There's 4 TRs. That's crazy. Wow, cool. Anyway, this is kind of how the system works. I'm not like I said, I'm used to the real chaotic one, and I'm going to show you the difference between this one and the chaotic. This is nice because it's it's very visual, and I think that's what it is. CTR is cross tie relays. I was thinking, what the heck is CTR? All right, there you go. Anyway, that's what kind of the electrical system looks like. But I want to show you the difference between this one and the other one, the chaotic one coming up. Did I put everybody to sleep yet? You guys sleeping on me? No, not systems. No, not systems. Let's go ahead and pull this up now. I want to show you the difference between the 2 systems. Let me get rid of the schematics, I should say, not systems. They're schematics. But I want to show you if I can find volume 2. What am I doing here? Let's see. We've got. No. MEL, I had to look at the MEL earlier, so I had to get rid of it. See if I can pull that. There we go. Just bear with me, folks. Let me find it. So I think it'd be good for you guys to see the difference in the systems. Ice and rain, we want the electrical system. Here we go, functional schematic. If I could find it, it would be awesome. Of course not, why would it? Where can I find this one? The manual I had is not showing it. So I gotta think about where the heck okay, there's another one I can find, can show. It's not in there. It will be in here. All right, folks, 33,000 looking good. We're just getting over to the Chicago area. We're doing, we got probably about 40-50 minutes till we hit Chicago. Just give you an idea, an update, we're 1,000 miles now to go. Everybody's sleeping in the chat. Everybody's like, what in the heck? I wonder if I could pull this up in my this app right here. Hang on just a minute. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Found it. Okay. Where the heck are your schematics? Schematic, where are you? Here it is. I'm going to show you how crazy this thing is. Alright, I'm going to take a picture of it, and then we'll put it on the app just like we did before. I want to show you the difference in them, because it's good to see. One's very visual, the other one, not so much. Okay, now, here's the difference. Here we go. You guys ready for this? And, okay, what I want to do is I want to pull, I wonder if I could double click this, rotate it, and then we'll pull it up like this. I'm going to zoom way in on it. Okay. Best we can do, I think, folks. But this is kind of what I was talking about, is what I was used to a little bit, is this chaotic thing. This is kind of what I was like, oh, all right, this is where we're at. So we're talking about the battery. There are 4 transformers, rectifiers. There's 2 and 2. And TRs will convert AC into DC, and static inverters the opposite. So if we look here and we go, where's our battery? We got to look for the battery switch. So right here is your CSDs, right? We were talking about those constant speed drives. They're right there, and then you get your generators. Okay, so there's actually 3 different systems. There's an AC system, a DC system, a standby system. That's kind of how these work. So let's talk about batteries first. And I think we like to use blue when we're talking batteries, just because I don't know if it's too dark. I might have to lighten it up. Yeah, let's go with the light one. How's that? Let me get rid of this. So let's do the battery. Battery right here is left and right battery. So there's 2 batteries, left and right. Then I'm trying to look for that battery switch because it should be connected somewhere. APU start, you got ground relay, the battery relay. Everybody see a battery switch anywhere around here? Anyway, the battery switch is hooked to this system. Battery charger, I don't think the switches are here. The Emer power switch is there. That should have the flippin' switch. See what I mean? It's so chaotic and it's just different. But anyway, you can see once we throw the battery switch on, it's going to throw this relay. It's going to start powering this side. This transfer and transfer relay will connect. The battery charger won't do anything because there's no AC system tied to it. It goes to the battery direct bus. This battery relay will close and it will energize the battery bus. There we go. All right, then you have, what's really cool about this is the ground refueling is actually tied to the hot battery bus, which means it's always on. In the 737, you can have the entire battery system off, nothing on in the aircraft. The fueler comes out to the airplane, pop, 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 opens the panel. Once they drop the panel, the fuel gauges turn on. It's because it's connected to the hot battery bus. It's always on. Same with the clock. Yeah, you might not see it running because the batteries were off, but they're still running because it's a hot battery. It's still being pulled by battery power, and I think it's there's memory in there or something like that. I forgot. I gotta look at that system again, but I think it when you throw something, you throw a switch, it automatically will turn on. Anyway, something like that. Don't quote me. Looks like then we got DC transfer buses here. That gets online. Emer power, which is emergency power. If we had to, we could throw this switch here to on if we had to throw emergency power on, which is then it closes all these relays. So if we took this emergency power on, this relay is going to close and your emergency bus, right? And then we're pulling power from the emergency system. And then you have an emergency inverter. Remember we talked about that? We saw that before. There's your emergency inverter. Just trying to think how that's going to connect that way. Anyway, that's for Emer power only. But and then you have ground refueling. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Two sides. It's nice how this is done, but it's very different. I'm trying to find. There's the ground service. All right, here we go. Ground service, auxiliary power, ground service relay. It's up here, right there. So if we get the ground service on, this relay will close. Click, click. Now we're producing AC power to the system, which we'll use by pink. Then this ground service relay will connect, and it's going to go into this ground service relay tie. That's going to close, and it's going to connect this AC bus because now we're pulling AC power to the aircraft, which then jumps here, goes to the right generator bus, hits all the cooling fans if we need it, because that's going to power from that bus. It's going to power the cooling fans. Then, guess what? Right TR converts over to DC. The transformer rectifier that converts that power from AC to DC. And that's the DC ground service tie relay, which will close. And it's coming now into DC. And it goes right back into our battery system. So you can see how different systems are. You know, they're kind of chaotic. But there's 4 transfer rectifiers in here, 2 on each side, which in the 7.3, we have just 3 TRs. One thing that's interesting about this airplane is that I can't see the health of the TR system. You have to disseminate that data from the switches. On the 7.3, you have TR1, TR2, TR3, so you can actually look at your transformer rectifiers. And there's one static inverter, which is very interesting. Got to be more inverters here, which convert DC into AC. So I'm trying to think That surprises me too. I think in the 7.3 there's at least 2 of them. But I'm just interesting. You know, very interesting to see how they lay this system out. Gosh, it's cool. All right, I got to do a deep dive into this system, you guys. That's what I'm going to do. That's my job for the next week, is to really drill down into the electrical system on this aircraft and see kind of what we can see and have fun with it. There's a lot going on. It's pretty old school. I'm just surprised there's only 1 inverter. Like, that gets me. It's usually multiple static inverters, but there's an emergency inverter, which is interesting. So, in any event, I hope I bored you all with that lesson of the electrical system. And I'll give you an update. I'm going to hit the lav here in just a minute. We've got 1,000 miles to go, you guys. All right. Anybody want to chat about something? Put it in the chat. I'm going to take a step away here. I'm going to hit the restroom. We're looking at approximately 1,000 miles to go. We're not quite at the halfway mark. We'll be there shortly. We're in an area of turbulence. I'll do a burn check here on our next waypoint. Looks like the airplane is flying stable, which is good. Just taking a look if we can hit any of those bumps. We're supposed to be. We're in an area of chop right now. Looks like nothing's on the forecast, which is good, but I mean, on my app, it's not forecasting too much turbulence at this altitude over this area. As we move toward the Chicago area, I show an area of turbulence from the surface to 24,000, so I think we're going to be pretty much over that area of turbulence. This is just jet stream. We're going to be in the jet stream. The jet stream now has switched. It's coming in from probably the right side. Let's take a look. Oh, it's right behind us. We got a good tailwind, guys. 524 knots over the ground right now. We're cooking. So if there's anybody that wants to talk about anything in the chat, go for it. Let me know what your thoughts are. If there's another system you want us to pull up, we'll do that on the iPad. Kind of show you that a little bit. And I am going to hit the restroom here, hit the lav. So I call back to the flight attendant and say, hey, we need to use the restroom. They'll probably take the cart, they'll guard the door. They'll come in here, throw the mask on. The FO, FE, or whoever it's going to, FE, the FO will throw a mask on. Or have it. Depends on the airline. Some airlines put them on, some airlines don't. But I think you have to put the mask on. I don't know. Just in case you had a rapid decompression, so you don't have to fumble around as one person has to be flying the aircraft all the time. Okay, I will be right back. You guys in the chat, let me know what you want to talk about. Any other things you want to discuss. You want to go to the wing view? I'll give you a wing view as I step out and stretch my legs. Which one do you like better? Do you like this one better, seeing the wing, or do you like that one better, the engine view? Now we are way north, by the way. We're pushing, we're going to be north of Milwaukee. That's how north we are. We're still tracking to the north side, so yeah. All right, I'll be right back, guys. This is a good view, I think. Yeah, all right. Give you a wing view. Be back. All right, folks, I'm back. Sorry. Had to feed my dogs. Late. Asked my wife, I'm like, "Did you feed them?" She's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, that's not good." Not good at all. All right, what did I miss? Anything special? Looks like nothing special. We're going to KP81I, and I do want to look at a system. I want to look at that electrical system a little bit better. Maybe read it. My hands are freezing. They just are. I haven't even opened my drink yet. Crazy. And I'm drinking something different. I ran out of bubbly. So I got to get some more bubbly. Ollie Pop, it's called. Very interesting. Crisp apple. It has prebiotics, plant fiber. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I don't like calories. Like if I'm drinking calories, it's not good. Anybody in the chat? We should get an update on weather. Weather in New York. Dang, the clouds are coming in pretty bad. We've got a system. We're going to be over a system here shortly. Lake effect snow. We're getting close to Chicago. So that's coming. Anybody got some fun plans this weekend? Anybody doing anything interesting? Anybody doing any flying on the sim at all? All right, what are we looking at? KP81I. That's the one I want. We're estimating 1842. I gotta take this off. And I gotta take that off. So we're estimating 1842 on the arrival there with 22,000 pounds of fuel. No, 21,000 pounds of fuel. Yes. Excuse me, guys. All right, there we go. That's all dialed in. And we're approaching, we're about 23 nautical miles to go to that waypoint. We got another about 20 minutes. And that next waypoint here, after this one's going to be right on the border of what the heck? Lake Michigan. We're going to be right there. So that next yes. Nice. That's good. Good for you. Chris just sent me a text. I thought it was funny. Once I let her in here, my dog wants to come in here. Once I let her in, she's like locked in, so I don't know if she wants to be coming in here. I agree. That would be a nice little retreat, right? All right, I'm gonna eat. My kids had one of these. I gotta eat one of these. They're a chewy cookie, like a chocolate chip cookie or something. They're really good. Problem is, I'm like, get these away from me, please. Right? It'd be bad. All right, here we go. So I'll tell you right now, I'm looking forward to the release of the sound set for the MD-80. It's going to be awesome. The engine sounds great. I think it's called immersive sound. I'm looking really forward to that. It's going to be a really good release. He's been working for years on it, and he's almost done with it. So they have 2 examples of it on their YouTube channel. I don't know if you guys saw that yet, but really cool. Good stuff. All right, what do we got here? We're almost there, guys. Well, it's relative, but we're there. We're almost there. Sean's probably in bed. I wonder when we're going out west again. You know, I got to thinking, right? We've got February, March, and we're done. They're not going to make the playoffs. So maybe 2 flights in May. So we're almost done with the season here as we get into some bumps. We're getting over some system here. So let's see if we, yeah, it's, what do you think? It's light. It's not forecast yet. It will be. You know, the jet stream's going to kick up a little bit. Yeah, it's just a little bit. Let's sit them down. Should we? Yeah, I think we'll sit them down. Let's sit them down for a minute. And I think they pulled a win. Didn't they win? I think they won. They beat the Utah Hockey Club. I think they just beat them. So that was good for them. Good road trip. I think we got points on all games we played. But there's no way they're going to make the playoffs, which is good for me. So I'd rather them not make the playoffs. No, Chris, we don't. Chris asked, do we do baseball charters? Not right now. I think if we could get a couple direct hire MD-80 pilots, we'll keep them busy year round. So, you know, in the summertime we do MLS, we do soccer runs. We could do baseball. Football we can't do. Our airplane's not big enough. Yeah, they won 5-3. I've got to watch it. The idiots did a blackout, but hopefully I can watch the game today, you know, tonight after we land or something like that. Did we pass that dumb minutes? We did. We passed it. Yeah, sure enough. All right, let me pull it up there on the screen, and I'll show you what I'm looking at. So we passed the station 1842, so right on forecast there. Our fuel was 21,000, so bang on with burn. So that's good. We just got to watch that a little bit. Just make sure we don't decide to go down a ways on it. That's all. 241 now at 82 knots. And we're looking at negative 54 degrees, just like forecast there. So that's done. And then drop in there. We've got about 20 miles, or 20 minutes until the next intersection. That's going to be right over Lake Michigan, right on the border of Lake Michigan, on the west side of Lake Michigan. So that's our next. It's unfortunate. It's all cloudy. It's probably going to be cloudy. It's not going to, you know, get better views for you, unfortunately. At least we're flying during the day and not at night. So I'm glad they took the flight out of here when they did this morning. So that's puts us over 1902 estimated our next waypoint. Yeah, I wonder when we have to go to LA. There we go. He just said it. William said, yes, always flying. Yes, baseball, Mets. You want to do the Mets? Oh, gosh. Next big trip west for the game on March 11th to Winnipeg. The trip will be Winnipeg, Minnesota, Columbus. Not too bad. Then a week at home, out to LA for the Kings on March 25th. And then we got, we do Kings. Don't we do a sweep? Don't we do like LA and then we go San Jose? Isn't like... I think we do LA, Anaheim, and San Jose, if I'm not mistaken. Or something like that. Alright, let's do this. 117. I think we're smart putting the seatbelt sign on, don't you? Anybody? We're going to have to slow this pig down, aren't we? Yes, we are. Bomber. All right. Here we go. Speed coming down. Wait a minute, bro. I gotta pull the power back. Just until we get out of that turbulent area, bumpy. All right, what do we got, Sean? It will be Kings, Ducks, and San Jose. Gotcha. 25, 28, 29. And I think that's it, right? So plan on flying LA to San Jose on the evening of the 28th. Okay. We could do that. What do you think, folks? I wonder why I do this to myself. Why do we do this again? It would be nice with more MD-80 pilots. It'll keep Sean busy. 115.65. Especially with a new system in there. And baseball. One thing I cannot do. I can't do a full season of baseball. There's no way. I need a break. Summertime's like my break to do line flying for coastal. That's like, wintertime is like schedule, administrative work, you know, building a route structure, hiring pilots. Summertime is all about, and obviously charter, but summertime is all about hitting the line and flying the 7.3 again. Because, I mean, I take a hiatus of flying the 7.3 for months. I mean, sometimes I'll get in and fly it, but it's hard when... I mean, the cool thing about this is I'll have 2 weeks off. Now, here's something to talk about. Next week, I will not be streaming. So Friday night, I won't be able to stream. It's my wife's birthday. We're gonna go. We're doing something with the kids, and I won't be around. What am I doing? Hold on. I think the camera guy has freaked out. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. What is going on? All right, hold on. I don't know. Okay. You guys. Upper head. There we go. Right there. Then over here. Should be over here. Anyway, whatever. I don't know. That's really weird. 115.65. I put that in there. One's Milwaukee. 116.4. Badger, Milwaukee, or I don't know. Let's look at that one. 116.4, I think. So weird. Now my camera's acting up. Very strange. Here, let's do this. Just reset it, and that might work. Baseball will be crazy. I ain't doing that. There's no way. I mean, yeah, baseball would be nuts. You'd have to fly out 3 days, right? Because they do 3-day stints in baseball. That'd be crazy. That'd be fun though. If we had more pilots, yeah, I could take a week. But anyway, I was saying this. We have 2 weeks off. Well, next week I won't be streaming, at least on Friday. But that doesn't mean I couldn't do a stream during the week. So maybe on Wednesday we can do a stream or something. What do you guys want to see? If we did a stream on Wednesday, I mean, I could pick up a 7.3 trip. I haven't done that in a while. Something like that. Our bidding is going to end here in 2 days, so I need to sort it out. Because, I mean, we're off 2 weeks. There's no games. Right, Sean? I think we're off. I looked at the schedule. We're off. I think we get back on Monday, don't we? From Montreal. We fly. Tomorrow we go. It's unbelievable. It's like they fly across the country. They play a game tomorrow during the day. My gosh. And then we turn around. We'll reposition the airplane to Newark, pick them up, fly them up to Montreal, and then they'll play tomorrow night. I think they play Saturday. No, they play Saturday, and then back. I don't know. I gotta look at the schedule, but it's nuts. But I think that Sunday, I think we're ready. We have 2 weeks off starting Sunday or something like that. And what we would do is, for that Wednesday, I could pick up a 7-3 trip. Probably wouldn't want to do something like that. I don't think I want to do 2024. It's just not there yet. But I would want to pick like a 737 trip up or something. I don't know. William says a 738 would be great. So an 800 trip. What about a proving flight? Should we work on that, or do you guys want to see one of those again? I've got. We just rolled an airplane out of storage, so I've got to get that on the line. I already built the schedule for it, but it's theory. It's using SimBrief. It's using real-world flight data, which is obviously accurate. So I don't think I'd have to fly it, but it would probably be in a 700 for if we did a proving flight, and I think we're gonna go. I'll tell you. This is our newest route coming on the schedule. Let me see. Watch, they release the sound pack. Immersive Sound releases the MD-80 next week. I'd be like, really? When I'm not flying for 2 weeks, really? Then you release it? I don't know. Let me look here, guys. Let me see what we got on the upcoming. Let's look here. We're looking at flights, trips, new routes. Okay. All right, so here's the deal. We are looking at a new route. We're going Miami to Daytona Beach, Daytona Beach to Providence, and then back. When we go Providence down to Daytona, down to Miami. 4 legs. It's a duty day of 7-hour and 30-minute flight time, pushing 10 hours and 15-minute duty day. That's if everything worked. 45-minute turn in Providence for a nice little lunch break. And then the rest are quick turns from there. They're pretty quick. 30, 35-minute turns, and then we're out of there. We padded the schedule a little bit. Or we could do Miami to Nashville, Indianapolis, Daytona Beach, Miami. That's... Oh, wait a minute. That's the PM schedule. I don't want to fly PM. I'm not a PM guy. Or we could go Miami to Cancun, back to Miami, and then up to Birmingham, Alabama, and back to Miami. So that's like an origin destination O&D trip. Miami, Cancun, Cancun to Miami, Miami to Birmingham, and back down to Miami. So those are the newest routes we have that are not even on our schedule yet, but we could fly those. So if I pick those up one of those. What would you guys rather see? They're in a 700, so unfortunately it wouldn't be an 800 to do, but I want to know your thoughts. Chris says, watch out for all the Riddle airplanes in Daytona Beach. Yeah, tell me about it. There's a lot of them, and hundreds. But I'll tell you right now, I looked. The reason why we're hitting Daytona Beach pretty big is it's free right now. It's free to fly into there for us. So they're offering airlines free landing fees. You don't have to pay landing fees, and then they're giving half off of terminal fees for a year. So I'm like, done. That's going to decrease our cost. So jumped all over that pretty quick. So what would you guys like to see? Would you like to see Providence in the chat? Providence, Daytona Beach. I'm going to skip the PM schedule. Or fly PM. Or Cancun, Miami. So Cancun and back, Providence, Daytona. Yeah, and then the Birmingham, Alabama, I won't do. I probably won't stream that. But it's going to be one of those streams. So it's either Miami, Cancun, which I'd like to do. It's an early morning flight. It's a 7 a.m. flight that leaves out of Miami. Or we do Miami to Nashville. Again, it's a late night, though. I don't want to do that either. That's a PM shift. No thanks. So forget that. That's out. So it's either Miami to Daytona, Providence, or Cancun. What do you guys want? It could be also Alabama. So that's during 16:30. Well, that's late too. It gets in. How in the world? 4:30. I got to look at that duty day. Flight time 9 hours. Ooh, that's pushing it. It's a duty day of 13 hours. Yikes, that's like right on the money. That's a little tight for margin. Williams says Daytona. Okay. That'll be released on all, by the way. Yeah, exactly. And they're all going to be released next week. Or the other option is we pick up one of our scheduled routes. I could pick up a line flight or something like that. And guys, we are right on the border here of Lake Michigan. We're so close to Sean. Almost there, man. We still have to keep it at 0.76 just because getting a little of those, a little light chop here. I feel it in my seat. And not too bad, but we're in a forecasted area of bumps, but we should be out of this crap. Once we get over Lake Michigan, we should settle down again, and we should be getting ready for the descent after we hit, was that Jamestown? Jamestown VOR by Buffalo. We'll be heading home. Close, we're getting there. And, ooh, what time is it? My voice cracked, what the heck? 19:01, and we passed it. Dang it, guys. I didn't keep track, but you were pretty close. It's 19:01, so 40 minutes. You said 1840. So it was about 20 minutes ago, right? And we're looking at 20 minutes ago would have been... When did we pass the station? Hang on. We passed the station at 1842, and we had... Wait a minute. We are flying 81 Mike, 675. We're in between them. So whoever said 1840 was pretty much bang on. Pretty close to our halfway point. We just passed it. Our halfway point was approximately 600 and something miles. What was it? 648, I think I said. Go ahead, see here. It's 1,700 air miles, right? 1787. So we'll divide that by half. What is that? 893. So we passed it a long time ago. We passed it. I'm looking at my paperwork. $893. Yeah, in between these two waypoints, we just passed it. Because now we're at 658. We had about, so you're right, pretty much 1840. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Good job. Anybody else? Any other takers? What do they want to see? Daytona? That's it. Please vote in the chat now if you want to see something else. Or else we're going to do that. Anybody want to see a 717? No, I don't want to do that. I can't do that. I can, but I don't want to right now. It's not like ready for prime time. 18.8 on the fuel. Okay, so that's good on the gas. We're headed to money now. Looks like 19 more minutes, so we're looking at 1921. So 1921 over money. Our fuel is 18.8. We're burning a little more than the flight plan. Just kind of looking. Yeah, right. I wish. I wish. It is not a layover. Daytona is our first stop. So we go we go Miami, Daytona, Providence. Eat lunch at Providence, turn around, go back to Daytona, back to Miami. Our day is done. So it's a one-day trip. It's not even an overnighter. It's just a quick one day. We're there and we're back, kind of thing. And then the PM shift takes over, and they go to Nashville, and then Indianapolis, and then back down. Really nice. We have a lot of those one-day trips, AM PM type schedule split. We're doing that. We do some point to point. We do a couple of 3 or 4 day trips, but I want to keep it, just a few flights because we only have 2 weeks, and I'm back on the beat with this thing. But yes. So is everybody thinking Daytona on the chat? We're over Lake Michigan, by the way. We are feet wet over this thing. I got to let my dog in here. She wants to come in, so I'll let her in. Put it in the chat for me, you guys, on where you want to go. We could go anywhere, really. Doesn't have to be a new trip. We could book something that's, nobody wants to see Cancun, huh? Surprising. crap. All right, you guys. So, if there was a destination you'd want to go to, what would it be? Within the States and or the Caribbean? Is there any place anybody would like to go? All right, we're passing over Lake Michigan here. Pretty much through it now. Kind of getting over the lake. Pretty big lake. There's the other border. What is that? Muskegon? What? Muskegon? How do you say that, Sean? This is Sean's territory over Michigan area. We are getting feet wet there. Well, feet dry, actually. So it's passing over Lake Michigan. We got about 599 miles to go. And looks like we're going to get out of this turbulence here. Once we're the other side of the lake, we should be good to go in terms of seat belts and all that. Kick it off. But, yep, there we are. And then I can turn it up again on the speed. We're just a little slow. What's our weight? 127. I might want to go up here. Maybe we could get a little climb to our next step climb here. What are we at? 33? It'll be at 35,000. So let's see. At 350, we have to be at least below 138, and we are way below that. We can climb up to 3.5 if we need to. So let's go ahead and check that out at 350. Let's see if it's better ride up there. It's not like we're getting hammered now, but it's going to be better for the fuel. 350. Is it stronger winds? That's what I care about. All right, let's go 350. Let's see if this thing works. So what I want to do is go to the cruise page. We're going to go 350. It's this little step climb. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a 1.4% savings to step. All right, let's go ahead and click execute. Let's go ahead and do that here. 350 coming up. All right, I don't know what is going on, but it's not working very well. Okay, that shouldn't be there. Okay, so this one right here, what's this one? 8. Okay, let's do this. I gotta reset my view because it's jacked. Give me a second here. That's about right for 8. So we're gonna go Control F8 and lock it. There we go. All right, now we're back. So you guys don't care, huh? All right, let's go up to 350 now. 1, 2, arm. It is armed. I'm gonna try to climb in VNAV. Let's see what happens. Here comes this. The thrust levers are coming up. We should be starting to punch up. Let's go, airplane. Climb me. There we are. All right, so there's no destination. You guys are okay with really whatever I pick. Do you want to do a GA flight, or you want to keep it? Do you want to keep the 7.3 going? At least tell me that. 737 or GA? You want to keep it at? Dang, look at our fuel temps. We're gonna have to burn down here once we're on the climb. I'll have to burn those down a little bit on those filters. Introduce some heat. It's entirely up to you guys. I don't care. You want to do FS24? We can do one of those. We can do a GA flight again. Whatever. man. 1,000 to go. There we go. All right, 1,000 to go. We got 33 for 35 on the way up. And we're going to punch in at 7.7 now. That's good to go. There's our little step climb up. Ground speed 499. William, what you got? I think you win. 7:37, see you in Daytona. Do not be late. Please, no 24. Yeah, I got it. All right, so we'll do PMDG. We'll do the 737. We'll do a proving flight. How's that? I'll take the 73 up to Daytona. Or it might be back down. So it depends. We'll see. It will be into Daytona, either coming from Providence or coming from Miami. Miami's going to be a short one if we did that. It'd be like, an hour. Providence might be 2.5 or something like that. Maybe we do that in Providence on a Wednesday. If I can sneak away on Wednesday, we'll see. But yeah, that's the plan then. Daytona. Here we go, ocean deck. See, it doesn't push me up to where I need to be. 34.8. No, I need to be up to, I don't know. I think that's because of the pressure. All right, folks, how we doing on the turbulence here? Are we pretty much done with this bumps? I think we're kind of out of the forecasted area, so it's looking pretty smooth. Let's go ahead and turn it off. Seatbelt's coming off for now. And then let's cook down the fuel temps. I'll just come up on the overhead here, and we'll hit number 1 heat on. The light should come on the annunciator, which it has. And then take a look at your fuel. Your oil temp's going to spike. Your temp's going to come up because it's introducing bleed air into the filter, well, around the filter, the fuel filter. That's what it's doing. And then when it does that, it shuts off the valve to actually cool the oil. So the oil is getting cooled by the fuel right now. So when you do that, you shut that valve off, the oil temp comes up because there's nothing cooling it, right? Because it's introducing heat into the filter. So the oil is supposed to keep the fuel warm. That's how it works. I mean, you really don't have to worry about, fuel temps until you're like negative 27. What is it? I want to say negative 37 is Jet A. It freezes over. But our protocol here, procedures, is anything below 10 degrees. We got to throw the fuel filter, the fuel heat on. We'll cook that filter up a little bit. All right, so Daytona it is. And we have another flight. I'll do that. We got to do that proving flight anyway, so it'd be fun. I'd love to go to Providence. Providence is one of my favorites. It's just a fun little airport to fly into. Boy, I used to take up, I was doing my private license. I would fly up to Providence a lot. And a little 172. a little lawnmower engine on there, and it was fun. 116.9 Flint, Michigan. Let's go ahead and just tune that. Let's see if we can't get it in. 116.9er. Right there. I don't know. Sean, you up for baseball? Who wants to do that? I think if we could get ND80 pilots on board, we can do it. We can do baseball. I definitely won't. I need my summer to fly the line again. Or to actually do some proving flights and whatever. All right, let's throw that on. Again, lights on here. Right fuel heat is on. $1977 Ocean Deck. Yes, it was great. Ocean Deck, great reggae bar. I used to go there when I was in college in Daytona. Good times in that bar. Yep. You went to college in Daytona? Where'd you go? It's awesome. That's where I graduated at Embry-Riddle. Chris did as well. We're both Riddle brats. And I mean, I've seen the campus. It's like insane. I mean, I've seen pictures of it, but it's really gotten like crazy. Like they've done a lot of building. My favorite place, I would have to say, well, Ocean Deck was good. I'm trying to remember the food. There's a restaurant. Mai Tais was good. Mai Tais was a restaurant bar thing on the right by the amphitheater on the beach. And you know what's funny is I saw a picture, 1903 of Daytona Beach, and they had horse and carriage on the beach. That was their cars back then. So 1903 was like a horse and carriage just on the beach. It was very interesting. It was like, wow, this is pretty cool. I thought it was neat, but that's just me. All right, guys, we're getting to our next waypoint here. We got money, 12 nautical miles to go. We said 1921. Looks like we'll be bang on that fuel 16.8, and it looks like we're going to be burning a little bit more on the fuel now than forecasted here. 17.1 is what we should have over money. So we're burning a little more than we want. We might have to slow down. We'll see. I'm not really too concerned. Looks like HPN 11.6. We have plenty of gas. If we were getting into that 7 range forecast, then yeah, we're gonna have to way slow down, but we're fine, especially when we climbed up to 350 ish. This should be good. I did my EMT and paramedic at Daytona Beach Community. I gotcha. Oh yeah, there you go. Good stuff. I can't believe the Ocean Deck. Isn't the Ocean Deck still around? I think it is. Man, it's been around then, huh? That was fun. Good times. All right, 1921. We're gonna pass over 1 nautical mile. I've got 1921 on the clock. All right, good pass there. 16.8 on the fuel. Not great. We're down a little bit than forecast. Let's see if there's a reason for that. Winds are 246 at 79. Man, it's so close to being bang on. We're negative 58 degrees up at altitude here. So that's exactly what's forecasted. I mean, this thing is on. We've got 10 minutes here. So that would be 31. We'll subtract 1. We'll call it 1930 is our next waypoint. And that's going to be hockey. Here we go. Whoa. We're getting to some bumps again. We got about 9 nautical miles or 9 minutes. Hi, dog. That's my dog. She wants something, but I don't know what. She always looks for me, like nobody else. Not my wife, not my kids, just me. Which is fun. Alright, I gotta see what she wants, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Sorry. I'm gonna take care of my dog. I shut my door though, so the dog is not gonna bother me. I buttered it into Houston. iFly Max 8 for the win. There you go. The iFly Max is a good, it's a pretty decent airplane, I thought. I liked it. That's pretty cool. Where are we over now? This is Lake Erie, you guys. Is it? No, it can't be. Champlain? No. Where the heck is this? This is Lake, it's on Lake Ontario, is it? Let me look. It is Lake, no it's not. It's one of those lakes. Something. Lake Huron? It's a big lake. Georgianian Bay. It's gotta be Huron, maybe. Saginaw. We're in Canada, but folks, that's Lake Huron right there. Sean, did I get that right? If you're still up, that's gotta be this big old lake here. It's gotta be Huron, no? It is. That's a big lake. I didn't know how big that lake was. That thing's huge. Big lake. Man, oh man, that's a big lake. It's funny when you don't fly up in Canada. I mean, we do, but I don't get to see this stuff much. Just because, you know, it's always at night when we fly. It's always night flights with charters, at least hockey charters. Baseball probably completely different, no? Well, no, it's at night too. They fly a ton of night flights. Dang, I just had a target right over the top of the aircraft. 2,100 feet above us, no factor there. Okay, we just passed hockey, and we passed it at 1931. How we doing on our burn? 15.9 now. We're burning about 200 low. That's not that bad. And we're anticipating another 21 minutes for the next station. So that's going to be 52. So we're looking at 1952 over Jamestown VOR. And that's going to be basically our home stretch. And we're looking at some crappy weather up ahead here, folks. We're going to get some bumps here coming up. Again, we got some turbulent plots coming in. Forecast. It's surface to 18,000 I see, so it doesn't really hit us until we get to Stony Fork, it's called, and then we'll get into some bumps on the descent. It's gonna be bumpy down low when we come in. For the descent, looks like for turbulent plots though, we're pretty much out of the stuff. I don't see anything painting on the app here. Just, you know, where we had the, you know, surface to 24,000, and then it's looking pretty good up here, 350. Belt's on or off right now? We got it off. Nice. Good stuff. Daytona Beach. Ooh, Jamestown VOR, you guys. 114.7, and we'll start getting a weather update. What time is it right now? Just weather. Yeah, let's see what we got here for weather. Weather in New York right now. We have calm winds, 10 miles, clear skies. Couldn't ask for a better flight. Couldn't ask for a better after a nice 3.5-hour flight, 3 hour and 40 minutes. Couldn't ask for a better weather into New York. We're coming up to Lake Erie. This is Lake Erie up ahead. And we're going to be, look at that, top of descent on the ND display. Woo! Kind of love these long trips. Chris, I don't know how you do it, man. Buddy Chris, he's an international pilot, so he's long haul, man. No thanks. It screws with your body clock. You can't get good sleep. You're always jet lagged. Anything past an hour and a half is just too long. Of course, when you're getting paid by the hour, well, I'd like to do an 8-hour trip or something, right? Yeah, exactly right. Lots of coffee. You're not kidding. Lots of coffee and chit-chatting. I'll tell you what, it would absolutely suck to fly with somebody who just didn't say much, right? Or who didn't want to talk at all, right? I mean, that's probably a rare event, but I've talked to people who, people are different. So some people might not like, you can't find that common ground, or, that makes a long trip long. Because when you're shooting the breeze with somebody, it goes so fast. Like, a 6-hour flight can go pretty darn quick. Usually, I got to burn down that fuel heat again, guys. So it's getting a little cold. Let's see if we can get it to come up to a decent level here. It's negative 32 degrees up at altitude. It's colder than that. It's negative 58 SAT, saturated air temp up here. It's crazy. We got great weather in New York. One thing I want to try, though, and we're flying, I don't care what anybody says, I'm going south. I'm going to take the 1.6s. They could, it's calm winds. I'd rather take 1.6, man. If I don't have to go all the way back around and then come up, I don't want to. Am I being that guy? Am I being a Karen? Let's see here. They stopped broadcasting what they were doing because they're probably closed. They're saying ILS 1.6 is in use. Yay! But that was 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. So, obviously nobody's, looking at the, nobody's there. They probably, the tower probably closed. Let's see, what time is it right now? 10:20 my time. So it's 12:20. Oh yeah, we've flown into New York when it was 1 o'clock in the morning before. But I'm sure they do close it. I got to look at that time. Top of descent here coming in approximately, well, we've got about 364 miles to go. And I do want to try the VOR into the, not the VOR. I want to try the ILS approach. It's been acting weird. I haven't been able to hook up on an ILS approach for a long time with this airplane. I don't know what the heck and why. So I'm going to hopefully today get a nice, decent approach out of it. At least we can get it to hook up a little bit, and that'll be good. All right, this is probably our last one, and then I'm going to start programming the FMC here for the descent. So after we hit Jamestown, let's look at, we'll stop with our paperwork. We'll start looking at our weather. I think we're good on the weather, honestly. I think we can write that down now. Closes at 11 p.m. I gotcha. Thanks, Chris. I figured it would close soon. But even then, even if it closes, it just means it goes to an uncontrolled field, which we're going to be at right now. New York Center is not online, so we don't have to worry about any of that. We are going to be pushing into New York Center, I believe. Nope, we're going to be into Cleveland Center. We're in Toronto right now. We got Lake Erie that we're ready to pass over here. Lake Erie's up ahead, and we'll pass Lake Erie and right on down to Jamestown, VOR, 114.7, 94 miles to go. Good stuff. So, if Sean's still up, it looks like we got one more, we have one more west swing. We have Winnipeg, which is, probably middle of Canada, right? Right in the middle of the Providence of Canada. And then our season's going to be done in May. They're not going to make the playoffs. There's no way this team's going to make the playoffs. They're terrible. So I'm looking forward to that. I got to be honest. Oh, I don't have to fly in June. Last year, remember that? Oh my gosh, we flew to Vegas. We had to go to Vegas. Well, I'm glad they were losing. I was like, just lose this thing so I don't have to fly back. We went to Vegas twice, I think, last year. But the playoffs are fun because they're all day flights. They're not night flights. So the schedule is during the season, it's grueling because they're all night flights. You got to wait for the team to finish, and then you fly them out. So it's a brutal schedule during this season. But in the playoffs, it's all day because you fly in during the day, they play, and then you have like 2 days to fly home. So they don't fly that. They fly usually the next day, and they fly home during the day. Mid-morning. So it's not very bad. It's not actually a very bad schedule. It's a there and back kind of thing because you don't have to go all over the place. Like we're going here, Pittsburgh, here, and you're just bouncing all over it. I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. We're making pretty good money in our charters, so that's good. I mean, we're making a ton of money in our cargo outfit. And I did see the 757 cargo, the freighter. Yes, that is a go. I do want a freighter, a 757. I think it would be cool to get a freighter in there. I'm going to type lock it. So, you guys, I'm going to start type locking our crews. But I have to, in order to type lock, I have to get all the training for every single fleet we fly, right? So we have the 737 done. I'm working on the MD-80, and I'm working on the 75. So I'm kind of doing 2 aircraft at the same time, and then we'll do a type lockup, and we'll see. Which is basically means we're just going to fly one type of aircraft straight through. Man. All right, what do we got? Jamestown, 71 nautical miles. Estimated. Why did my pen drop off on me? Yeah, I think somebody sit next to me for 8 hours, I would drive them crazy because I'd be like, oh, let's look at this system. And what happens if, what happens if this happened? What will we do? And that guy, I'd be like, what? Somebody just wants to read the sports page or something? No, I'm not just like that. Sometimes. Sometimes it's okay, like we did with one system, a flight on a long flight is a good thing. I'll tell you what, I got to study the electrical system on this airplane. I don't know it well enough. All right, what do we got here, guys? Jamestown. Let's go ahead and start programming our descent stuff. What do you think? Exactly right. Oh, man. So that's what you're saying not to do. That's right. Yeah, you know, I could tell. Like, hey, let's say we're flying and all of a sudden we don't see anything. We hear nothing and just papers are flying. It's all foggy. What would you do? You'd be like, really? But that's how you get better, I think, right? I don't know. All right, we're going to do this. We got 30,000. Let's put that in here. 300. I like that. 240. So this is an Airbus. I would have had to put FL. That's one of my pet peeves with that airplane. It's like, why am I putting flight level in here? This thing's smart enough. It should do it on its own. 120. Look at that. You guys, see? Come on. Okay. 270 at 57 knots on the descent here. We're giving this computer something to think about here. 260 at 53. We got 270 at 44. I'll drop that in there. We're doing a 260 at 28. Okay, looking good. Descent. That's our forecast. So we just basically told the computer, you know, what the winds are here, forecasted that is, down low. And we're probably not going to have engine anti-ice on. And what altitude would we turn it on? It looks like we have clear skies. Look at these clouds are gone. Now I'm giving you a good view. The end of the flight. See, you guys that wanted to wait a little bit, you guys get a beautiful view of Lake Erie out there. That's pretty cool. All right, so I want to go ILS 16. I'll give you guys a briefing right now. Let's get back in the flight deck and get some briefing going here. Okay, let's turn on our charts. HPN. Close that. Open that. Okay, airport information. We'll throw it in there. This is good old Westchester County. 6,500 foot runway. We're used to that kind of crap. We want to land within the first third of the runway, so within 3,000 feet. I want to touch down. I've been floating the aircraft down all the way to Hong Kong. I don't want to do that this time. I want to actually stick the landing where I said I was going to put it. That's kind of what's really important for me. The approach, we're not going to do a star today. Normally they can throw us at the Valerie 5, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do a star. That would be on Delaney or DeLacy, or just going to probably vector us right to the final approach here, and that's going to bring us right to here, which is going to be it's going to be a visual approach. We'll just back it up with the ILS, and like I said, I kind of want to shoot a good approach here to see if I can get this thing hooked up. Farron is where I want to go on the initial, and then that takes us 10 miles over to Simmer. Simmer's at 2,000, then we'll drop in. If we need to do a missed approach today, basically a go around. What we'll do is we'll take off, we'll do a go around missed approach, we'll just fly a pattern right on back in, or we can hold at HARP if something happened. Okay, I will throw 109.7 in, 163 in the course, and if we had to do miss, it's 1,000 feet, left turn to 3,000. Probably knock it off at there, and I'll just kind of circle around. We'll just do a circle, keep it tight, and bring it in. That's kind of the plan anyway. We'll see if that works. MSA, whoa, MSA at this airport looks like 2,900 feet. from the field. Right there, actually. So, good stuff. Any questions? In terms of threats, really threat I could think of is, obviously we have to make sure our radio calls are good. There's nobody online. And this time of the night, there's not a lot of traffic. So we don't have to worry about traffic or missing radio calls, that kind of thing. Energy, let's talk about that. Let's talk about our threats of energy. If we have too much energy, one way to dissipate it, and I've been really struggling lately I want to get this airplane dialed in to where I've got the 737 dialed in, right? And generally speaking, and that doesn't happen all the time, depends on the weather and what's going on. But, hang on, I gotta just set this. What did we say? Farron, we're gonna go in straight? I just want to take it to Farron. I believe that's what I said, didn't I? Just straight up to Farron, that's what I want. Okay. So, execute this really quick. We'll go to legs page. We got breezy, then I want to just take me direct to Farron. Farron, above 3,000. Let's make it a hard altitude. Well, yeah, no, I'm just going to keep it at this because it's above 3,000. We're good. Okay, prog page coming up. Looks at 157 miles, top of descent, folks. So one thing I do want to talk about, and we're about 6 miles from Jamestown VOR, and Buffalo is just to the north of us right now. So if we had a problem, we would beeline it to Buffalo. We're close enough to there, and we're starting to get in a lot of airports coming through now. Stony Fork 108.6. I doubt we're going to get it. 108.6. Let's see if we can dial that in. We're doing 0.7. Yep. 11.3 on the gas when we land. That's a good forecast. I like it. Ja, what's going on, buddy? What do you say? Ja says, did you choose an alternate or none needed? Yeah, we don't need an alternate today, bud. So no alternate needed today. Beautiful weather day here in New York. The TAF is great, so nothing, no need. Look at this snowy wasteland. Upstate New York, folks. That's where we're at right now. We're just upstate, heading south. Let's go see if we got any traffic. Got, looks like few targets in New York, like always. By the way, thanks for sticking around, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday night or Saturday morning, wherever you are in this beautiful country or in part of the planet. Some of you guys are in like Alaska or Australia or Thailand. Pretty cool stuff. Gotta love it. Prague page. We're doing 1951 Zulu. We passed Jamestown. So, pretty much right where we said we were going to pass it. Fuel over Jamestown, folks. 13.8. About 400 pounds over the burn now. Over burn. Which is unusual. I just got to tell you, that's usually unusual. We're usually right where we need to be. Pretty much bang on the burn, but that's okay. And the reason why we're a little over, I mean a little under, is because of, I probably step climbed faster than I wanted to. So, generally my fault. But that's okay. We're not even close to being a problem. Plenty of gas. 260.66. Looking good. Minus right now negative 53 degrees up at altitude here. That's saturated. Oh, sorry, 58 degrees. 58 degrees. I can't even write. Look like chicken scratch. I looked at my own writing like, I don't even know what that is. Okay. Done. Okay, guys, I'm finished with the paperwork. I'm going to put the paperwork down at least in the flight plan, and then I'll pull up the other paperwork. We're going to get the landing ready. So let's get our performance numbers plugged in. We're going to do it this side. Performance, landing. It's frozen. It's been up here so long, it's like, I don't know how to do this. There we go. All right, we're going to be landing in HPN. It is dry. The winds are calm. 000. Slant 00. Outside air temperature is, I didn't write it down like an idiot. Winds are calm. Visibility is 10. Clear skies. Gosh, you couldn't ask for better than this. Temperature 00, minus 2 points, minus 4. Altimeter coming in at 30.10. Everything else is good. Runway 16 today. I haven't landed on 16 in a minute, which is good. Temperature 0. We'll keep the reference at 5. We're going to do runway 16. Dang you. Flap's going to be 15/40, so we'll set it at... if you're ever wondering what the 15 is, that means that's your flap retraction on a go-around. So if you go at flaps 40, expect 15 for the go. And then we're going to put in 3010. 30.10. Reversers, yes. Maximum on the auto brake. That's really crazy. We'll just do medium. We're fine. Landing weight is going to be pretty light. What are we looking at? 122.9. So let's just say 122 even. Calculate. Well, there you go. Look at that factored landing distance. 6,400 feet, folks. Woo. Runway 16, 6,400. That gives us about 100 feet to play with. Now, it's not going to take that long. We'll get on the brakes pretty quick. We'll go manual. 133 on the ref. On the ref. What else am I missing? Landing distance available 6,500, and it's not. It's really not 6,500, and I'll show you why. If you're like, oh, we got 6,500, that is not true. We actually don't. So what I'll do is I'll brief you right now, kind of what I'm expecting with the landing, you guys. What I'll end up doing is, obviously, it's going to be a visual approach. We'll back it up the ILS. We're going to be getting into some turbulence here. I'm just going to calculate my landing on this one really quick. Excuse me. 122, did I say, on the landing weight? I'm putting it in my my app. Flap 40, optimum. We're going to go medium. It's not going to let me do it. Right? Oh, you're over. All right, so let's go max. This says margin, if we went max, be 4,800 feet. So I'm not going to do that. We're just going to keep it on medium right now. Then we'll manually brake it. Because it's during the day and we're not flying here at night, I'm going to do a little bit of a duck under. You can't do it too much here at this airport just because of the trees. There's a lot of trees here, so we got to keep it generally on profile, which we will until we get about 200 feet, and I'll kind of dip down and underneath it. All right, we'll see you, William. Have a good one, bud. Thanks for being on. Giles says, did you choose an... Oh, no, I got that. Appreciate you, William. Have a good day, my friend. So, yeah, that's what we'll plan on doing. We'll just kind of just do a duck under there. I shouldn't say that. It's going to be a visual approach. So if it goes all red, don't yell at me. That's on purpose. And I will brief that and say, the point is, I'm going to drag it. I'm going to, stick it. All right. So this is a shorter runway, so we don't want to mess around too much. What's up, Ryan? How are you? Hey, thanks, man. Ryan with hook up there. He's got the pushback going. Good stuff, Ryan. How you doing? Did you have to work all weekend, bud? Ryan's got a Twitch channel. He's very entertaining as well. I like watching him when I can. he pounds the United going. He's a United guy, United and Southwest guy. Good stuff. Right? All right, you guys. We got top of descent coming up, 83 nautical miles to go. What did I miss? Anybody tell me what I missed on the briefing? I'm going to try to give you guys a good briefing. Let's do this. Stars and transitions. Well, the only transition we have is 18,000 feet. We don't have to worry about any of that. Altitude speed restriction, just the normal speed restriction stuff. I do want to try something with you. This is something that Ryan said I just got home. I'm working tomorrow evening. I remember those days, man. I remember working the 3 to 11 shift in Daytona. I would have to fill all of the Riddle aircraft. Every single airplane had to be topped off, and we've hundreds. How many airplanes did Riddle have? They have like, I don't know, but it was insane. All I did was went from airplane. I just topped them off. I was like, oh my gosh. It was rough. All my friends were out having fun, and I was stuck working. And then we'd have a Delta. We'd have to turn a Delta MD-80. Oh, gosh. Remember those days? I was a fueler, though, so I didn't have to like throw bags at that point, but still. It was rough. And then you'd have a stupid diversion from Orlando come in, and it's like some big old A330 or something. You're like, no, get out. It's hilarious. Yeah, I got a ball cap coming. Oh, cool. Old school logo of Southwest to wear occasionally. Good deal. I have the old and the new cap. Can't afford the ATM and airline hat. Yeah, I got it. When I was at work, I was lurking. You asked if I was... Oh, yeah, team hat or no hat. You said yes, hat. Yeah, I got it. I do the fueling and everything else, too. Yeah, I know, man. I know how it is. Yeah, you're a hat guy too. See, I would be. You guys know that. I love caps, so I wear ball caps all the time. I'm always throwing a hat on. It's good stuff. I like the tradition though. I'm very traditional, so I think it's a good thing to keep. I know a lot of pilots don't like it, but I like it. That's good stuff. All right, 66 miles. We're almost there, guys. We're almost top of descent. I will use the HUD just to help us visually. But like I said, my goal is trying to get this thing dialed in where I could, we can get this going here. Just a minute. Let me see something. All right, runway 16, I'm going to put in the scratch pad. Now, this is interesting. I learned this. If I go to the fixed page, here we go again, right? You're like, Jason, don't do this again. I know what you're saying. I just want to get nothing. This didn't work. All right, let me do this again here. Put it in the scratch page. We're going to go to the fixed page. Why'd you do that? Scratch pad, runway 16. I might have to type it. I do. All right, let me type this. RW16. Dropped. Okay. It's going to give me a bearing and a distance. We're 154 miles, bearing 295 to the runway. Now, I can shoot a radial off of this. 340. Okay. Now that shoots a radial off of this thing, and I can't do a distance, but it's giving me 140 miles. It shoots a radial out. And this just kind of helps me. See that beam that's getting shot out there, that green beam? That's the runway center line. And so what I really want to do is dial this thing in where the 737's dialed in. I've got, the 737 guys, we've got down to pretty much science in terms of numbers, right? And I don't want to go to breezy, and I'll tell you why I don't want to go to breezy. Because foreign, I'm going to go direct to foreign right now. Now, it might screw us up, and that's okay. We'll start descending. What I'm going to start doing is saying descend now. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to click descent, and we're going to go descend now, and I'm going to execute. Now, what I'm going to do, and why I'm doing that, is because we're going to go to legs page. I'm going to go to direct to foreign, because breezy is south of foreign. So do you see what's happening? Breezy, if we hit breezy, we have to turn back to the north and then back south. I don't want to do that, so I want to go direct to breezy. And airplane, I asked you to descend, and now I'm asking you to descend. Okay, let's try that again. Descend. I want to descend right now. And I'm the idiot, not the airplane, so let me go over here and do the right thing and actually set it for it to descend. We want to do, what do we say, 6,000? We'll do 4. Armed. And last but not least, there we are. I are a pilot. The airplane's smarter than me sometimes, I'll tell you. Yeah, I sent a meme to my coworkers of the scene of Lion King where the stampede comes, but the captain says, when you're almost done with your shift, and you get a 20 diversions and 10 new fuel hours. I think I told you in the 90s they had a commercial with Snickers, and it said not going anywhere for a while. Grab a Snickers kind of thing. We had a compressor stall, and it just blew it blew like a flame out of a 200 engine. Let's see here. Run approach brief.
Go ahead. No questions.
All right, we got to get Cliff woken up. He was sleeping back there, and my buddy was on a shift, and I just finished up my side of the ramp. I'm telling you, it would have been a great commercial. He was chewing on a Snickers, and in the background, you got the 737-200 just taken apart. The engine's just like cowlings off. The parts are all over the ground. And I looked at him like, you're not going anywhere for a while. Have fun with that, buddy. He didn't like that too much, I guess. But yeah, and then the stupid diversion comes in, right? And they're like, yeah, we need to pick 6,000 gallons of fuel. And you're like, oh, man, that's a truck and a half. Our fuel truck used to hold, I think, 5,000 gallons maybe? Gosh. Just those airplanes. Oh. Okay, what are you doing? It's doing a cruise descent right now, guys. What is it saying? How far are we saying? We're saying we're 1,400 low. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Well, we're going to do this old school. Yep, same as us. I remember that, man. I remember him like, no, dude. It's a truck and a half. Go get some more. Really annoying. Okay. 103. Let's do some basic stuff. Some basic calculation here. We're looking at foreign 102 miles. We are right now at 33,000. We need to get down to 3. What do we say? What's our altitude? Armed 4,000. That's 29,000 feet to lose. 96 miles. That's a rough estimate. 96 miles will start our descent. So That's just a basic 3-to-1 calc. About 96 miles, we can really start kicking the... We're about 97 miles now, so I expect it to descend. You see, it's not going to do it. So we're going to have to take over. That's where a lot of people go, what? Let's go ahead and start descending. Give me about 1,200 feet a minute here, and we'll see how that goes. Looking for the green banana. And while it does that, we're going to go ahead and get ready here. 109.7. 109.7 set, and we're going to do inbound course 163. I remember those days, Ryan, dude. I still remember them. I remember doing the Daytona 500. There's hundreds, I mean hundreds of airplanes on the runway. We closed a whole dang runway down and put airplanes on it. All the ramps full. We got 727s, 757s, Brazilian 120s, like 5 of them. I mean, they're all jammed in there like sardines. And we would work, oh man, we would pull, I think we'd pull at least 12, 15-hour shifts around the clock. It was insane. Insane. Fuel order after fuel order, and you'll know when it ends, because like, you know, when we would all be watching, we'd have barbecues going, because it'd be all hands on deck. We would be running 7, 8 trucks. Our whole fuel fleet would be out fueling aircraft. Gosh, it was crazy. I love when the pilot doesn't specify how much they want, but they call for it. We show up and they're like, how much you got? 3,500 gallons? We need 2 trucks. Oh, man. Yeah, being in the truck for 2 hours is a real thing. I mean, I'm telling you. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, we need to go descend quicker. I'll tell you. See that green banana up there? That ain't going to work. So we're going to have to push it down about 2,000 feet a minute. Let's see if that goes. All right, folks, overhead coming on. Up on the flight deck. We are started our descent into the White Plains area. We should have you on the ground here in about 20 minutes or so. Beautiful weather down there, White Plains right now. Clear skies, 10 miles visibility, light winds. We'll be landing to the south today. Thanks for watching Coastal Airways. Appreciate your business. Make sure you subscribe. And good luck on the next game. We'll see you guys. Which is tomorrow. I remember, Ryan, I remember one guy we had, it just ended. You know, Daytona 500 just ended, and, you know, we had barbecues going, and there was a call that come in from, I'm not going to mention his name, because there might be some NASCAR fans over here, but I don't want to. Anyway. There was a person that called who's a famous NASCAR owner. Let's just say that. He flew in a 727, 2 of them. And he calls us up, he calls the dispatcher, and he says, I need fuel on those 2 727s right now. She's like, all right, you're like number 10. You know, in line, we'll get to you when we get to you. You know, you're number 10. You know who I am? That's what he said. Yeah. So, anyway, that's what I say. So, who are you? I don't care. I don't care who you are. You're number 10. Get in line, dude. Take a number. That's how it was. It was crazy. And it was just, it's just nuts. It was nuts. Like, it was just crazy. You think he was like, well, I'm ordering a ton of fuel. Well, so is everybody else, dude. We have so many airplanes to get up. Hundreds of airplanes going out. And here's another thing I don't understand. like a NASCAR race team brings like 10. Okay, so DEI, Earnhardt, Dale Earnhardt Industries, they would bring 5, 6, 7 Brazilian 120s. And I'm sitting there going, guys, why don't you just get a 757, put everybody on the airplane, and you're good. That's just one jet. You don't have to worry. Anyway, but he was probably the nicest guy. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was really nice. He was a nice guy. Probably one of the nicest people I've met was Patty Wagstaff. She was awesome. She was really cool. Very interesting. And then you had some very arrogant people too. That you're like, what? Do you know who I am? No, I don't care. Yeah, that's exactly right. We show up slower. I remember we had, our rule was 5 miles with lightning strikes, right? So if it was a bad lightning storm or something like that, we couldn't fuel. We had like a lightning strike, I don't know, a meter or something like that. That would show you. And this storm went right over the airport. And this MD-80, this Delta MD-80 came in like right when it hit, right? And of course, we should have been at the gate, and I'm like, I'm not going there. This storm is right over the top of this airport. And it's against our policy. And so the gate ops agent calls, where's the fuel truck? Well, it's raining, it's hailing outside. It's crazy, so like, oh my gosh, I just remember that. I'm like, I gotta wait, dude. I told him, I said, you're gonna have to wait. They didn't like that answer, and I ended up delaying that airplane like 30 minutes. Oh, it was fun. And yeah, I'm like, yeah, there's lightning strikes everywhere over here. There's no way. I'll come outside and fuel with you. No. This is a rolling ignition source. You know what I mean? Like, it's the last place I want to be. Most annoying questions I get on this job. So, have you fueled this kind of plane before? I got asked the same question on Astar, yeah. But it started with the pilots pointing the fuel side and drove up, which I already knew. Yeah. That's another thing. Have you fueled this plane before? Yeah. I did a lot of... Hang on. Transition.
Set.
Okay, there we go. Let's set the transition because he didn't. We're looking at 3010 on the transition, folks. I did some corporate, but not a lot. I handled a lot of the airline side. 3010 set. That's kind of what I worked on, was the airlines most of the time. But there were... Why are you doing that, airplane? I want you to idle. All right, through 16,000. We're coming out pretty hot, so I'm going to go ahead and throw some brake in there, guys. Let's get that brake out, slow the aircraft down just a little bit. We're starting to get a little bit ugly here. Probably, I think, one of the worst. I can't remember. Does an MU2? That thing is so loud. It was just ear-piercing loud. That stupid lawn dart of an airplane. I just remember the MU2 just being absolutely like, holy cow, that thing is loud. I can't remember if the MU2 was single point or not. I don't remember. I'm trying to think. I had a 3-hour weather exactly in Orlando. Did you get a did you take the delay from your fueler? Was that you? Could have been. That's hilarious. All right. That makes me laugh. Descent check.
Fuel quantity.
Oh, I'm supposed to answer him. Checked.
Approach briefing.
Performed.
Landing data.
Set.
Descent check complete.
I love how he's like, landing data? Did you do it? All right, guys. In the if you're a member, shoots on. We got to get our belts on here. We're getting going here. Brakes coming in. Looks like we're at a good speed. Well, now we're at a good rate. That was hilarious. Yeah, and the FO is funny. After the storm kind of passed a little bit, you know, so the FO come out and he's like, "I'll stand under the wing with you." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Dude, it's not that, man. It's just it's like it's within 5 miles. I gotta wait." I get it. They want to get home. You know, they're going to Atlanta from Daytona, so they were like, "Oh, get me out of here." I understand it, but still at the same time. Ryan, have you ever filled that MU2? That thing's a piece of... I'm trying to remember the worst airplane like I've ever had to fuel. I'm just trying to think. It was a high wing on top, and it was terrible. I'll tell you what really is... No, Cessnas are good. They're not... I don't think I've ever really had a... I'm trying to think if I really was like, "Oh, this airplane is terrible." Respond sarcastically. Actually, I'm brand new. This is my first fueling for the day on my own. That's funny. To simply put, it's annoying when folks see we are uniform, badged, and our PPE is worn, and ourselves, they assume we don't know how to do our job, and they ask. It's like, this is my job, duh. Yeah, I get it. But you know, I understand. You kind of understand where they're coming from too, right? They don't want, you know, they don't want us to bang up their aircraft or anything like that. I totally understand that when you're fueling. But yeah. Oh, shoot. Those are the days, guys. Okay, brakes coming in here. We got to keep these brakes up, guys. We're through 10,000 here. We're getting going here pretty good. Let's get our tower up there. 118.575. Brakes in here. 118.575. I'm just going to pull a little bit here. 118.575. It's a tough job. I mean, working the ramp, that is not an easy gig, man. Okay, you guys, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over to... we have to slow way down here, guys. All right, here we go. Slats coming in. It's going to help us slow the aircraft down even more.
Slats extended.
Raj. Nah, you little stupid. Slats are extended. We're at 4,000. Let's keep going down to 3. 3,000 armed. I'm going to go ahead and set it down. 1,600. We'll do about 3. I've got the slats out just to help the situation along here. And once this starts coming in, I'm going to go VOR lock on now. And we've got altitude lock coming through 3,000. We'll descend down to 2. 1,000 to go. 3,700. Brakes coming in. I'm going to go ahead and set those right now. Like I said, I want to really test the ILS. It just blew through the ILS. That was awesome. I said localizer. Hold. What the heck? Did you guys see this? What is going on with this airplane, guys? Check. It's just not doing what I want it to do. Blew right through the localizer. I'm going to go heading select. Let's go ahead and get that thing done and dialed in. Coming down on the speed. Let's get it down to 180. Just a little bit above it. Right there. Heading back. You're kidding me, right? I mean, this thing's going right through the localizer. I mean, I have localizer. It's armed. Bro, it's armed. Right here. Vorlock. On. Set. I've got good flags here. This should have grabbed it. Gosh, man. All right, I'm going to descend down to 2,000 now. No airplane down. And now I'm going to go ILS. Does it work? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's do here. 109.7. Let's just see if that's the issue. $1,000 to go. All right, lights coming down. Let's give him a call. Westchester traffic, Riptide 5800 on final, runway 16, Westchester. All right, this thing should be locking us in here. Now this is armed. Localizer out. This is armed. Like, there's no way this airplane should blow right through the course now. 163 set. 163 is set. 109.7. The course needs to be set here. 163. Shoot. See? Come on. Grab it. Grab it. All right, it should grab it. Bang, right now. Bang, hit it. Turn me in, dude. Nope. Come on, airplane. There we go. All right, localizer's captured. I got the airport in sight here. Here we go. Flaps coming in. Drop it in. All right, ILS. I'm gonna hit auto land. Let's try this.
Flaps 15.
Auto land set. Of course. I didn't like that. Let's just try the ILS. Okay, airplane. I got it. Jeez. Okay, now we're going to play dump. I'm going to dump this thing in. I got the aircraft. It is mine all the way in, guys. Get the flaps 40. We can really slow this airplane down. We're high as a kite. Okay, dude. Final check. Final check.
Gear.
Down.
Ignition.
Set. Oh, man. Set. On. Set to alpha. Set to alpha.
Auto spoilers and auto brakes.
Approaching.
Armed.
16.
Flaps and slats.
Set and checked.
Landing clearance.
Received.
Final check completed.
Thank you. All right, guys. This is what's good about the MD-80. It just can get down quick. Of course, it's now increasing its speed. I'm trying to get down here. Pushing it and fighting. I'm fighting the airplane down. That's what I'm doing. There we go. Just a little bit. That should do it right there. Hold that. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of a duck, like I said before. Raj, correcting, we're visual. Coming on the speed, correcting. Right there, hold that. That's perfect, right there.
50, 40,
Idle.
30, 20, 10.
Oof.
Spoilers deployed.
Told you I wanted to stick it. I stuck it. Let it roll all the way down.
80 knots.
Got the airplane.
60 knots.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on with the aircraft. I mean, that's weird. Everybody's eating the seat. Well, we're here. Welcome to Westchester. Not the prettiest landing, but that's okay. We're dry and we're on the runway. That's all that matters. Like I said, I wasn't going to sit there and float. I wanted to hit it. I did what I wanted. Sometimes it's okay to put a grease. Sometimes I don't want to. I want to just land. Put it on the ground. All right, you guys. All right, after landing check. Westchester traffic, Riptide, 5800 crossing 1129 Westchester. All right, you guys, we're done. Once we get crossed here,
approaching runways.
Bring up the flaps to 0, hold the slats for now.
After landing check completed.
Conclusion of our flight, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign and the aircraft is parked safely at the gate. This will be your indication it is safe to move about the cabin, gather your belongings, and
Intact, that matters.
we'd like to thank you for flying with us today.
The players can handle a firm landing. Yes, they can. I'll give them one too. Should be on the green needles. Yeah, but I don't think there is on this airplane. It's just a weird deal. All right, let's shut down number 2. Whoa, airplane's going nuts here. All right. I'll bring those slats up now. After a nice long flight like that, good firm landing, we're home. What? How hard was that? 300 something feet. It's all right. I was on. It was wonky because of the ILS. I was trying to get the ILS dialed in, but I don't know, man. It's really weird if it doesn't get hooked up right away. It just strange. All right, we're gonna go gate 58 here. That'll be a ramp actually. There we are. Request follow me. New. Ah, we're home. It feels good to be home, right? Why is the airplane? Oh, is it not calibrated? APU's on the line. Got power on it. I think I left some. I think I left part of the tire just on the runway. You might want to get that. I had to fight the aircraft, guys. I was fighting it down. I didn't have it dialed in, that's all. The thing about the MD-80s is it's really forgiving in terms of, like, I could never do that in a 737-800. There's no way I could do what I just did in this aircraft with a 737-800. There is no way. It floats too much. It's a freight train that does not want to slow down. This aircraft, it's very forgiving in terms of, oh crap, I'm high and fast. We'll just dump the flaps in and it's done. you know, the airplane's going to settle down relatively quickly. The 737 is not like that. You know, it takes... All right. Brakes on. Let's do this thing. And... there's nothing like the sound of that. All right, let's go ahead and throw that off. I'm going to throw my seatbelt off.
Set.
What happened? I didn't do anything. What do you mean set? What are you talking about, Cliff? We're done. All right, just get out of my airplane. All right, so what I'm going to do is open the door. We're going to go ahead and get the ground power hooked up. We're going to get the airplane deboarded. Request deboarding. And then what we're going to do is drop the aft stairs. We got the pump still on. That's good. We'll get those aft stairs dropped with the main door open. There we are. Now we can shut off our pumps. And while they're shutting those off, I'm going to go ahead and shut off the APU once I get the ground power on. Ground power's on the aircraft. APU's coming off. I'm just going to kill it, save some gas. Off. Off. Start pumps off. EMR power's off. Seatbelts, no smoking's off. All of our fuel pumps are coming off. We'll keep that on. That's off. That's off. We'll stay on electrical power. That's good. That's off. That's off. Supplies are off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the aircraft in this state. Maintenance is going to take it. So we're just going to keep it on power. And we'll let the maintenance folks do it. And we'll deplane everybody and they can get out. Good stuff. I get paperwork done and that's it. Good night, folks. We'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Ryan says, intact, that matters. That's true. Love the MD-80 retro vibe. That's something I love about it. Yep. From the gauge look to the engine design. That is true. This airplane is definitely a gem. It's a gem of an airplane, but it's one of those. What happened? What'd you do? Thanks, Cliff. One job. And he didn't do it. All right, I'm just going to write some fuel numbers down here. We've got 5,500. Over 5,500 and nothing broke. So the autopilot's being odd. So that's just a weird thing. Like, I don't know what's going on with that. But tomorrow, I'm gonna shut these lights off. Tomorrow we're gonna take this aircraft out of here. We're gonna go and repo it down to Newark, and then we're flying over to Montreal tomorrow as well. So it's gonna be a double whammy. I've got 2 legs to do tomorrow. Shouldn't be too bad. It's a quick flight. In and out kind of thing. I'm just going to take a look at our tech log. Deferred defects, nothing. Reported malfunction. So before our flight director failed, but it worked fine on this flight, so I don't know what happened before, but I did report that. They must have fixed it in Salt Lake. So we're done. Normally we had 10 days to fix it. It was a category C MEL, but good stuff. Yes, we do simulate that as well. We have a whole pink pages, tech log that we have to fill out. The whole 9. All right, folks, we're done. I'm going to go get paid, and that's it. Thanks for watching. And members, tomorrow it'll be probably live. Enjoyed the flight when I was at work, and now I'm at home. Good stuff. It's about normal. So, anyway, appreciate all you hanging out, watching us. Those members out there will be live tomorrow as well. So, I think we're going to... we have to fly to Newark. They'll play tomorrow afternoon, and then sometime tomorrow I'm going to be flying them to Montreal. And then we'll fly them home, I think, on Sunday night. I think they play Sunday night in Montreal. So we'll fly them home there. It'll be streamed on for our members. So YouTube members, you guys will get the alert. Make sure you put the alerts on, because then you'll definitely hear it. All right, let's get paid. Let's see if this thing works. Let's make sure that this guy's got his crap done. This is going to be set to 20. It's going to want to set this to 11. I'm just going to do some tasks I don't have to do next time. Like I said, maintenance is going to do a once-over. They'll probably just do a little inspection, so we don't have to. That's why I'm going to keep it like this. This is a maintenance base, so I'll let them deal with it. And that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. We're done. I'm going to do a quick shutdown checklist. I'm not going to actually do a secured checklist. I'm just going to do a parking checklist. Parking brakes are set. Flaps and slats are retracted. APU's external power is established. Fuel levers are off. Anti-collision lights off. Hydraulic pumps are off. No, they're not. Yes, they are. I turned them off. I had to think about that. Seatbelts are off. Ice protection panels off. Transponder is on standby. Parking checklist is complete. I'm not going to do a terminating, so we'll just leave it like that, and that's the end of it. Okay, guys, we'll see you later. Keep the blue side up. That's right, folks. Until next time, keep the blue side up. Have a good one.